Oddly enough, it is, because most bomb makers won't want to blow themselves up. So if you don't have anything else to decide on, red wire is a good one to cut, because most bomb makers will make their hot wire red too, because they watch all the movies. So if it's a coin flip, yeah, cut the red one.
I was joking. There you go.
There you go.
Okay.
But also don't cut wires if you haven't been
Yeah.
formally trained as a bomb tech.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool.
Your hand's gotten so Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call to order this Tuesday, July 9th meeting of the Pierce County Council. The time is 3:06 p.m. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Campbell.
Here.
Councilmember Krueger.
Here.
Councilmember Denson.
Here.
Councilmember Herrera.
Here.
Councilmember Hitchin.
Here.
Councilmember Morrell.
Here.
And Councilmember Mello.
Here.
There are 7 members present, Mr. Chair.
We have all 7 members present and a quorum. That brings us to item number 3, our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, moment of silence, and our land acknowledgement. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, led by Vice Chair Campbell, followed by a moment of silence dedicated to our men and women in the military serving overseas, and then the land acknowledgement read by Councilmember Campbell. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Flag is back there. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We acknowledge we are on the traditional homelands of the Coast Salish tribes. Coast Salish people have lived on and stewarded these lands since time immemorial and continue to do so today. We recognize that this land acknowledgement is one small step towards true allyship, and we commit to uplifting the voices, experiences, and histories of the indigenous people of this land.
Thank you, Vice Chair Campbell. We're now at section 4, which is the approval of our agenda. Are there any objections to approving today's agenda as presented? Seeing no objection, the agenda is approved. On today's council agenda, there will be multiple opportunities for public comment. So please listen to what I'm about to share so that you know how to engage in today's meeting. On the consent agenda, you may provide comment on any final action item. This does not include items placed on the consent agenda simply for scheduling and introduction. On today's consent agenda, there are 3 appointment resolutions, 1 grant authorization, and a project cost change authorization. Those are all subject to public comment if they stay on the consent agenda. During section 9 of the agenda, we will take public comment on the single ordinance listed, which is about the interim regulation for managed tiny home temporary communities. And finally, under community forum, there will be an opportunity to address the council on any topic that is not on today's agenda. For information on the rules for public participation, please review the bottom of page 1 of today's agenda. Before we move on to the consent agenda, just because we have so many guests here, we're grateful for the public engagement and the number of individuals participating. We just want to make sure if there's anyone here for an appointment to a board or commission on the consent agenda. We know of individuals for Resolution 176, David Baumgardner, Jordan Whittish, and Fred Underwood. We know you're here. Are there other individuals, either here in chambers or in the Zoom room, here to be appointed to a board or commission? I ask because we're going to take it off the consent agenda so that we can have you introduce yourself. Can you raise your hand if you're here to be appointed for a board or commission and you're not David Baumgardner, Jordan Whittish, or Fred Underwood? And is there any hand raised, Mr. Weinsbury? No, sir. Okay. Thank you. I also want to let folks know before we consider the consent agenda, we do have a lot of folks here. Again, we're grateful for the public engagement. If you start talking in the hallway, we can hear you. So please, if you need to have a side conversation, please go to the opposite side of the hallway or into the conference room where there's refreshments, by the way. There's lots of yummy refreshments. So help yourself in the conference room. Please take your conversations out of this hallway right outside the chambers because it's really disruptive to the meeting. There is restrooms. There's restrooms on either side of the floor. And again, there's refreshments in the Tahoma conference room. Please help yourself.
And there's still a couple more seats if there's someone that needs to sit.
So we now have the consent agenda before us. Vice Chair Campbell for a motion.
Chair, I would move to amend the consent agenda, moving item C2A to be removed and placed under Section 8, and then move approval of the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt the consent agenda with the exception of moving item C2A to resolutions. Does any other member wish to move any other item off the consent agenda? I don't see any. We're now going to open it up for a public hearing on the remaining items on the consent agenda that are on the consent agenda for final action on the consent agenda. This is not the interim regulation related to managed tiny home villages. This is not the Pride Proclamation. These are other items remaining on the consent agenda for final action. Does any member of the public wish to provide public comment on the remaining items on our consent agenda today? Please come to the podium. State your name for the record. It must be on an item that is on the consent agenda for final action that is not Resolution 2024-176. Anyone else wish to provide comment? We're still here in chambers, seeing if anyone in chambers wants to provide comment on the consent agenda. I don't see any. Mr. Weinsberry, anybody in our Zoom room?
Yes, sir. For any members of the public who wish to provide comment on any final action items, press the raise hand icon in Zoom or *9 on your telephone keypad. And it looks like we have one hand at this time. Last name ending in Love. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, I came late, and I'm just wondering, is it time to speak to Ordinance 02024-38?
It is not. That will
Then
be,
I will.
Go ahead.
I will mute then. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll be up in a few moments.
And there are no other hands at this time, Chair.
Seeing no other hands, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the council. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on the consent agenda?
Councilmember Krueger,
Aye.
Councilmember Denson,
Aye.
Councilmember Herrera,
Aye.
Councilmember Hitchin,
Aye.
Councilmember Morrell,
Aye.
Councilmember Campbell,
Aye.
and Councilmember Mello.
Aye.
The result of the roll call vote is 7 ayes and 0 nays.
On a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays, the consent agenda is adopted. We're now at Section 6, messages from the executive and other county elected officials. There are 2 messages. The first message from the executive is transmitting the following ordinance, which was approved and signed on July 2nd, 2024. It was Ordinance 2024-526. This is an ordinance of the Pierce County Council ratifying the collective bargaining agreement reached with the Pierce County Deputy Sheriff's Independent Guild. There's also a message from the executive transmitting the following ordinance, which was approved and signed on July 8th, 2024. That was an ordinance 2024-524S, an ordinance of the Pierce County Council adopting a new chapter of county code titled Endangerment with a Controlled Substance. That does bring us to Section 7, Proclamations, Recognitions, Awards, and Presentations. Today, the Council is really proud to proclaim July 2024 as LGBTQIA+ month here in Pierce County, Washington. We're so pleased that we have so many guests here to celebrate this historic day. I'd like to invite the following recipients to the podium as we read this proclamation into the record. They include Jason Hicksonbaugh, board member of the Rainbow Center, Matthew Wilson, executive director of the Oasis Youth Center, and Annika Moran, co-chair of our LGBTQ Pierce County Employee Resource Group. If you don't have to, but if others who are here for the Pride Proclamation want to huddle behind them, they're the folks who are going to officially receive and speak to it, but I know they would love some friendly faces around them if you're willing. Thank you all for being here. We're so grateful that you're here. This is a proclamation of the Pierce County Council proclaiming July 2024 as LGBTQIA plus Pride Month in Pierce County, Washington. Whereas today we celebrate and honor the achievements and resiliency of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, and two-spirit, or LGBTQIA plus, individuals and communities, and reflect on the progress we have made so far in pursuit of equality, justice, and inclusion. We recommit ourselves to doing more to support the LGBTQ plus rights in Pierce County, Washington, Washington State, and our nation. And whereas members of the LGBTQ plus community have contributed richly to the civic, economic, and cultural vibrancy of our county, and the Pierce County Council is dedicated to fostering acceptance and inclusion for all community members. And whereas in 1969, at the Stonewall Inn in New York, very brave LGBTQ plus individuals protested the violence and marginalization they face, boosting a civil rights movement for the liberation of LGBTQ plus people that has transformed the nation. The legacy of that movement is seen today, including in the Washington State House, where Speaker Lori Jenkins was elected as the first out lesbian Speaker of the House in 2020. She followed Oregon Speaker Tina Kotek as the second out lesbian House Speaker to ever serve in a state legislature in our nation's history. And whereas throughout the month of July, many family-friendly events, including our very own LGBTQ plus Community Pride Awards, this Friday, July 12th at the Pantages Theater in Tacoma, Tacoma Earth Gay, on July 27th at Dickman Mills Park, and other sports, faith, arts, community service, and cultural festivities are happening all across Pierce County. A list of events is available at tacomapride.org/Pride events. And whereas the Tacoma Pride Street Festival is happening this Saturday, July 13th, from noon to 6 p.m. to celebrate the history, culture, and contributions of the LGBTQ plus community and foster understanding and appreciation for the differences that enrich us all. And whereas for the first time in Pierce County's history, the Pierce County Council is flying the Pride flag throughout the month of July in county council chambers. This international symbol of inclusion and celebration uses colors to show beauty of diversity and living authentically, with the colors symbolizing life, which is red, healing, which is orange, sunlight, which is the yellow color on the flag, nature, which is green, serenity, which is the indigo color, spirit, which is violet, and the colors in the chevron, the arrowed chevron, represented by black and brown, symbolizes Indigenous people and people of color, transgender people, and those living with HIV and AIDS, and those we have lost. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed on this 9th day of July 2024 by the Pierce County Council that July 2024 is hereby recognized as LGBTQ plus Pride Month in Pierce County, Washington. Community members are encouraged to attend community events this month and support equal protection under the law for our LGBTQ plus neighbors, co-workers, friends, and family members. Congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause. Well, thank you everyone for coming out for this historic moment. It truly is worth celebrating freedom and liberty and inclusion. So thank you for celebrating. I would love to first turn it over to Jason from the Rainbow Center, then Matthew, and then we'll finish with Annika.
Thanks. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to the Pierce County Council for this proclamation and the historic moment of raising the pride flag within their chambers. While it's true that not all council members share the same enthusiasm, it's essential to recognize this milestone as we celebrate pride here in Pierce County. The roots of acceptance trace back to the Stonewall riots, but our journey continues today. Initially, the pink triangle was a symbol of the community. However, it was born of shame by the Nazi Germany. In 1970s, the pink triangle was reclaimed by the community as a positive symbol of self-identity and pride. Gilbert Baker created the original flag with a collective because he thought a rainbow flag would better represent the beautified diversity of the community. In his book, Rainbow Warrior, My Life in Color, he wrote, I quote, "A rainbow flag was a conscious choice, natural and necessary. The rainbow came from the earliest recorded history as a symbol of hope. In the book of Genesis, it appeared as proof of covenant between God and all living creatures. It was also found in Chinese, Egyptian, and Native American history. A rainbow flag would be our modern alternative to the pink triangle. Now the rioters who claimed their freedom at the Stonewall Bar in 1969 would have their own symbol of liberation," he stated. It's crucial to dispel misconceptions. The pride flag does not represent gay pornography, drag shows, or gender-affirming surgeries, as some have mistakenly claimed. Instead, it stands as a powerful emblem of a community still fighting for equal protections. Our celebration of pride is a reminder that we must remain vigilant. Legislation across the country threatens transgender care for our youths, ban drag shows, and attempts to roll back marriage equality. Protecting younger generations is paramount, especially since LGBTQIA2S+ youth disproportionately attempt suicide and face significant barriers to mental health services. In my own family, I have a transgender cousin. Their well-being hinges on early support and care. Unfortunately, in West Virginia, they face immense challenges leading to multiple suicide attempts. Thankfully, they have since moved to a state with better protections for transgendered youth and mental health support, where they now thrive as their authentic self. To those who find discomfort in the pride flag, I encourage reflection. Midwestern values, which my husband and I know well from our relocation to Tacoma from Chicago in 2018, emphasize welcoming and supportive communities. They teach us to listen, learn, and accept one another unconditionally. When we moved from Chicago to Tacoma, we found ourselves embraced by a vibrant community. In 2013, the Advocate had already crowned Tacoma the gayest city in America, celebrating it as an ideal place for growing LGBTQ families. Recently, Tacoma was ranked 4th amongst LGBTQ-friendly city in the United States by Consumer Affairs, highlighting that Tacoma boasts 6.6 same-sex households per 1,000 residents, double the national average of 3.3. Washington State enforces laws against discrimination based on gender identity, expression, and sexual orientation, thanks to Washington House Bill 2661, signed into law in 2006. However, the fight for equal recognition must continue, especially throughout Pierce County. Let us continue to raise the flag, celebrating our diversity, resilience, and unwavering commitment to progress. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Pierce County members for their proclamation and unwavering support, embracing the entire community, not just select portions. As we approach the weekend, let's mark our calendars for this Friday at 4:30, the Pantages Theater, where the host the Pride Awards, honoring both community members and our steadfast allies. And on Saturday, the vibrant Potomac Pride Fest, a program of the Rainbow Center, awaits. This year promises to be nothing short of epic. I want to do a special shout out to Mary Eversol, who is our interim executive director to Rainbow Center, her dedicated staff. Where'd Mary go? Mary and Eugene, Athena from Assembly, and our social media maestro, Tony Ivy, and I know he's here somewhere today. Their tireless efforts over the past several months have woven together the threads of this remarkable event. Let's celebrate, uplift, revel in the rainbow tapestry of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hickenbach. Matthew.
Hi, my name is Matthew. My pronouns are he and him, and I'm the Executive Director of Oasis Youth Center. For those of you who don't know, Oasis is a drop-in resource and support center for LGBTQ plus youth and young adults ages 11 through 24. We offer a lot of different services to help support youth through the difficult times of coming out. And some of that includes a middle school program where people can learn to have learn about media literacy, about what's healthy, and we also offer HIV tests, a 24-hour emergency line, therapy vouchers, art night, yoga night. What we really try to do is bring fun and joy and hope into the community for our youth. We're about to enter our 40th year, and we owe part of that success to all of you, to the Pierce County government, for making the community more inclusive, for supporting our programs that help prevent violence, that offer mental health therapy. And, you know, after this, some people may dismiss this proclamation or the flag as performative, but let me assure you, it is anything but. Oasis has served over 2,000 youth in the last 5 years, and they tell us year after year the importance of seeing themselves represented in spaces that they typically wouldn't be. So it is important, and I thank you for doing it. I want to thank you to the council members for supporting the flag and proclamation, your courage to show up, sign your names to equality, and do the work will be favorably remembered. Thank you. And I wouldn't be doing my job as an executive director of a nonprofit if I didn't promote our fundraiser, which is on July 20th at Silver Cloud Point, Ruston. There's still tickets available, brunchtickets.org. Brunchtickets.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Our final speaker is Annika Moran, who serves as one of the leaders of our employee resource group from our very talented group here at Pierce County. Annika.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Annika Moran. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a co-chair of the county's LGBTQ plus employee resource group, or ERG. I'm happy to accept this Pride Proclamation on behalf of the ERG's many members, some of which are here today, others of which are tuning in online. ERGs are employee-led groups, and ours supports LGBTQ plus employees by identifying, clarifying, and influencing policies and practices that create an equitable and welcoming workplace for intersecting identities. We know that a diverse workforce that represents our community allows us to better serve Pierce County residents. In honor of Pride, the LGBTQ plus ERG gathered messages from county staff on what Pride means to them, and I would like to share a couple. So the first reads, to me, Pride Month means love, acceptance, and inclusion. It means we understand there is no one right way to be in a human relationship with other humans except through those lenses. Pride Month means my children and loved ones are free to explore and decide how they want to be in our community and in the world, safely and joyfully. The second I'd like to share is, to me, Pride Month is a celebration of my true self. It's about commemorating all those before me in the LGBTQIA plus community who have struggled to be who they are out of fear. Pride Month raises awareness that we are all worthy of being accepted and celebrated for who we are and met with love, understanding, kindness, and compassion. And I would like to say a happy Pride to our LGBTQ plus employees and everyone in our community. And to Council, thank you for recognizing the month with today's proclamation.
Thank you, Annika. Thank you to our three speakers and fearless leaders who accepted our invitation to accept this historic proclamation on behalf of the entire community and your words. Thank you to all the community members who have their back and decided to come show up in person, and those online and watching on TV, thank you. Before we invite up our 3 speakers to come and take a photo with us, before we do that, let me open it up to other remarks by other council members. Are there remarks by council members? Councilmember Denson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Mello. I am just so happy and excited. This is so heartwarming, and I'm so glad that the Pierce County Council was able to do this proclamation this year. I wanted to thank Chair Mello for his leadership, and I know Councilmember Hitchin is on this proclamation as well, and I hope we all feel equally supportive and excited about this. I want to thank you for your courage and your perseverance through a lot of challenging circumstances that we know still exist very much in our community. But your leadership, your example to others, insisting that your lights shine and encouraging others to let their light shine as well, makes it easier for the whole community and makes it a better place for all of us to live. So I really want to thank you for that. I'm very excited about the Tacoma Pride Festival this weekend. It's always just an amazing, colorful, just out there event. I just love it. I also want to mention, if you don't know, Gig Harbor has a Pride Festival too. We just had it on June 22nd. It exploded. This is the 3rd year, really kind of the 2nd. People were just wanting this. They were craving this. We get so much feedback about how grateful they are to have it in our community. So I know that not just the community, but allies and everyone, or most of us anyway, just really appreciate the community and are so excited to help celebrate. So I know, as was noted by the speakers, that there is still so much discrimination, misinformation, judgment, hatred. I still hear about it all the time from folks in the LGBTQ plus community. But through this proclamation and hopefully through other actions of the County Council, you are seeing that there is also more and more love and acceptance and welcomingness and safe spaces. I love my pin, whoever brought those, I really love that. And celebration of pride. And I want to thank you for promoting that and helping us promote that to others. And again, for being here today. This makes my heart so happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Denson. Councilmember Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and to the 3 speakers as well, and for all that are standing in the hallway and around the corner that we can't see, and those watching at home. Today, we acknowledge that here in Pierce County, we do everything we can as a county to make this a safe place for you to be, to love, and to exist in the way that you want to exist, the way you do exist, and that your loved ones matter and are part of our community. And a lot of times there's othering that happens. I think I've heard that recently as a way of describing how it feels. And you're human beings, no matter who you love, how you love, what you look like, how you dress. You're part of us, you're with us, and we stand with you and beside you. So thank you for being here and for the celebration. I am sadly out of town for Pride once again, but I will get to see all the amazing pictures on social media. So thank you for the organizers and for those that are here to celebrate today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Chair. Vice Chair Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone for coming out. Thank you to our speakers. I want to say a very special thanks to Oasis for all the work that you do. Some people are very important to me. You've literally saved their lives by giving them a place to go and feel safe. Because as much as in America we've come a really long ways, there's still a long ways to go. And there's still a lot of people who don't feel safe. And we need to continue to build on that until everyone can feel safe everywhere. I know coming here and opening up my business and talking with employees at the time and really them sharing with me the experiences they were having and then what I've seen on all my time here, and then coming here at Pierce County, employees coming up to us since we've started recognizing Pride and what it's meant to them as feeling welcome and seen in the workplace for the first time for many of them. And so we are honored to be able to stop and pause for a moment, say, we see you, we appreciate your contributions to our organization, to our community. We're a very busy council. We do lots of things, but there's always time to stop and honor and celebrate. Happy Pride.
Thank you, Mr. Kendall. Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for everyone for being here today. And we're all here today under one roof, in the United States, in America. You know, there's other countries where we could never even get to this point where we're at right here. And to be very clear, you know, myself as a veteran and veterans who've come before fought for all of our freedoms. And freedom is the right to choose. Yes, you know, veterans have their own points of views and thoughts, but the truth remains strong that they volunteered to protect the basic ideals of freedom, defined by our founders and our Constitution. You know, it's an oath that veterans took when they joined. As such, freedom is choice, plain and simple. Maybe it's to fly a flag or not. It simply doesn't matter. As long as the actions don't cause harm or infringe on others' rights, you should have that choice, that freedom to do that. But you also must have the fortitude to accept any consequences of that. That's what's so great about this country. And I'll speak for myself. You know, I will honor everybody's right to be the Americans that they are here in this country. I will defend everybody's right that live in my district. Everybody. I will be outspoken in the defense of everybody's lifestyle, their religions, or anything like that. But I'll also defend my and others' rights to be outspoken against those same actions. The point here being recognizing and supporting rights of another is not the same as condoning agreeing with that person. And that's where you know, a lot of subgroups are brought in sometimes. Some people use subgroups for certain things like, hey, look at this subgroup. They agree with me, and you must too. Or you hate that subgroup. Or you're unpatriotic. That's the part I don't like. That's the part I don't like. But standing here today and being here as a veteran who fought for our freedoms, our choice, here in America, this great country, and with patriotism and commitment, working together here in Pierce County, let's stand united. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other remarks? No, thank you. Any other remarks by other council members? I don't see any. I'll close by also expressing gratitude and an invitation, continue to extend an invitation to the community to have an incredibly safe and joyous Pride Festival this month. First, gratitude. We have some other elected officials here who may be here for other reasons, but I believe they're also here for this historic day. We have Senator Joe Wynn, Senator Tawana Nobles is in our Zoom room, Senator Yasmin Trudeau is here. Again, they might also be here for other important matters in our agenda, but we know that they are strong allies in the work of justice and inclusion and liberty. Thank you to the 4 county council members who signed this proclamation, Councilmembers Campbell, Hitchin, and Denson, who had the bravery of signing the proclamation. I hope that we get one, and myself, those are the 4. I truly hope that one day this Pride Proclamation is truly bipartisan and all 7 members of the county council find it in their heart to sign a simple declaration of inclusion for everybody, and that they're truly serious about that. So the invitation stands to always sign this. It's for the entire month. You can always sign your name onto the proclamation, and I hope that we get all 7 members to sign it. If not this month, then next month. Your signature and your standing really matters. Our constituents need to see more than lip service about freedom and inclusion. They need to see that we actually stand for it, and will fight for it at every turn. We have a beautiful Pride Festival ahead of us, thanks to the amazing work of the Rainbow Center, the Oasis Youth Center, and so many others. We talked about the Pride Awards this Friday, the street fair on this Saturday, but there's a community service event to help restore a local park in South Tacoma. There's faith events happening, other cultural and arts events, like a film series of a very important film titled 1946 happening at the Grand Cinema, about the mistranslation of the Bible, actually. It's a very compelling film with executive producers from right here in Tacoma, Washington, who are the executive producers. So there's many other events. You can find it on the Tacoma Pride Festival website. Invite everyone, the Oasis Youth Center brunch, a way to support and celebrate the Oasis Youth Center. There are so many ways to truly lift up the community, but I'll close by reminding us how important it is for all of our community to be seen, recognized, and valued in this community. It's been said that the lack of inclusion causes significant harm and a dangerous community for so many. The isolation, the loneliness, the suicidal ideation, the rise of substance use disorder, these are real consequences of the lack of inclusion. It's real, and it matters that everyone is seen and valued and included, and has a sense of belonging. So I'm so grateful the Pierce County Council is doing this in this very historic day for the very first time ever, having a pride flag in council chambers. I look forward to the day when we can have a pride flag outside on the county building on a flagpole. Today, with this step, we're in these council chambers, and next year, I believe we'll be able to have one on a flagpole and thereafter. So there's a lot to continue to work on, a lot to celebrate. With that, I would love to invite up Matthew, Annika, and Jason to come and receive the Pride Proclamation and take a photo with us.
I think that's a record for most of our cameras in council chambers.
Happy Pride! We know it's warm. We're trying to figure out what's going on with the HVAC system in the building. Our staff is truly trying to deal with that. I'll just remind you again, there's refreshments down the hall. You are free to have those and celebrate, especially if you need some water and hydration. and we are trying to figure out what's going on with the HVAC system.
Normally we open a window. Not a good idea today.
Yeah, I think it'll be hotter if we open up a window. And I'll just remind folks, if you want to visit, you see longtime friends, you want to visit, please take your conversation into the Tahoma conference room or around the corner so that we can continue to be engaged in this public meeting. We have 2 more action items and then community forum still on our agenda. So thank you again for letting us conduct this meeting. We are at, we pulled item resolution 2024-176 off of our consent agenda. I'm going to ask Councilmember Denson for a motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I move proposal number R 2024-176.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt resolution 2024-176. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title into the record?
Thank you. Proposal number R 2024-176, a resolution of Pierce County Council confirming the appointment of 3 new members, David Baumgartner, Jordan Wadesh, and Fred Underwood, to the Gig Harbor Peninsula Land Use Advisory Commission.
Thank you. We have Council Amendment number 1 before us. Councilmember Denson for a motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I move amendment number 1.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Council Amendment number 1. Ms. Long, to brief the Council on Amendment number 1.
Thank you. So Amendment number 1 to Proposal R 2024-176 amends the title, first off, to state that the Council is confirming via this resolution 2 new members, Jordan Wildish and Fred Underwood, to the Gig Harbor Peninsula Land Use Advisory Commission, and it adds language providing that the Council is rejecting the appointment of David Baumgartner. It does a similar thing in Section 1, so it strikes the name Baumgartner, provides that you'll be confirming the 2 other members, and then it adds a new Section 2, providing that the Council hereby rejects the appointment of David Baumgartner to the Gig Harbor Peninsula Land Use Advisory Commission. And those are your options when the executive sends appointments to you. Under the charter, you do have the authority to, by resolution, confirm or reject appointments sent by the executive if you do so within 30 days of him submitting the names to you. After the 30 days, if no action is taken, the appointments are deemed confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Long. Councilmember Denson to speak to your amendment.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I am unable to support this District 7 appointment for the Gig Harbor Land Use Advisory Commission, and that's why I put forward this amendment today after communicating with back and forth between the executive's office and the applicant, my concerns. They wanted to move forward, so this is the position that we're in. First, I want to be clear, after getting some texts and emails last night, screenshots about some chatter on Facebook, and probably other social media channels that I don't know anything about. I want to be clear that my position on this appointment has nothing to do with the fact that the applicant owns short-term rental properties. That's one of the things that was said. And I want to point out that short-term rental properties are allowed in Pierce County. And so that means that these kind of projects wouldn't normally come before the Land Use Advisory Commission. That commission typically considers things like variances for buffers and setbacks. There's a lot of docks and bulkheads that I see on those agendas. The one exception would be earlier this year where there was a comp plan amendment that addressed asking the Department of Planning and Public Works to take a look at short-term rentals, impacts pro and con on communities. But other than that, I don't think in my 2 years I've seen a short-term rental project come before the LUAC. So had nothing to do with that. My concern with the Land Use Advisory Commission application in question here has to do with a non-compliant and non-permitted septic system in an environmentally sensitive shoreline area. The particular applicant has a property at the mouth of a bay on a sand spit It's an environmentally sensitive shoreline area, and my office has received a number of concerns over the last couple of years by people in the community concerned about this. And from the health department, I understand that the property has a septic system or maybe multiple septic systems. I'm unclear about whether there's one or two because they're unpermitted. They're not in compliance with health department environmental health standards. And because this is a land use advisory commission, that's concerning to me. I've talked with the health department multiple times over the last couple weeks, including yesterday and again today, and they've not received any septic repair applications. This is not an insurmountable problem. This can be fixed, but it requires working in good faith with the health department and getting the required permits. There has been enforcement letters that have gone out, but as of yet, there's no septic applications, and I was told just maybe, I guess 2 hours ago now, that the site is still out of compliance, and it certainly is my hope and for the betterment of my district and the community that it get into compliance at some point in the future. I do understand that the applicant has a really strong development-related resume, so some really good skills for the Land Use Advisory Commission there. And I also understand he's involved in some really worthy efforts in the community, and I'm thankful for that, and that's all wonderful. However, today, the commission we're talking about is the Land Use Advisory Commission. This commission makes recommendations and advises the hearing examiner on what other people can do with their property, what they can and can't do. And this also includes a lot of work in the shoreline, and shoreline permits may be required for this particular applicant to do whatever this individual may need to do with an authorized septic repairs when they decide to move to that level. So this is a difficult position that I'm in, and unfortunately, it's not my happiest council meeting, but it's my job as a county council person to do my best to do what's in what I think is the best interest of the entire community. And for me, that's ensuring that at the mouth of Gig Harbor Bay that we have functional, compliant, and permitted septic systems. I also really think that we should have people on our land use advisory commissions that are positive land use examples to others. And I hope that we get to that point. So with the information and understanding that I have at this time, I simply cannot, in good faith, doing my job and being a steward of my community, recommend this application, and I ask my fellow council members to join me in voting yes on Amendment 1. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Denston. Other remarks by other council members about Amendment 1? Councilmember Morell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And usually I wouldn't do this. I believe that council members do have and should have the ability to agree to appointments. I just think the rationale and the reason why this appointment is being denied is not right. A LUAC, which I've been on, served before coming to this council, has nothing to do with the health department. We have no input, we have no control. Land use issues, yes. Agreeing, yes. To being able to look at what comes before a hearing commissioner. But other than that, if it's permitted, it goes straight through. LUACs have nothing to do with that. So I'm concerned about that being the reason. And let me tell you a little story, if I can indulge a little bit here, Mr. Chair, because I didn't know that I knew Mr. Baumgartner. When I was chair of the Public Safety Committee, I was really concerned about the transition from jail to community. I had a talk with Dominic Hardiman, District Court. He referred me to a project just up the road here on Yakima, 8th and Yakima. He said, you need to go check out that, because the number one issue we have with people trying to transition out of jail and prison is housing. Number one issue. He said, this project does it right. So I happened to walk up there, and guess who was out front swinging a hammer? on his units was Dave Baumgartner. I asked him about his project. He was more than willing to tell me about it. The house was built in 1996 on the corner of 11th and Yakima. He decided to get into the business of providing housing on his own dime when a local auto dealer, and most of you probably know the Corum name, Bill Corum, came to him and said his son could not find housing in Tacoma. He bought the house, converted it, and now has 29 men living in there. He has, over the years that he has been there, has housed 2,100 individuals who have transitioned into society. And he has done it with no government assistance, no government aid, and he does it on a clean and sober house basis. And I've talked to the few of the individuals there, and they're very respectful of Dave Baumgartner. I looked at his resume. He's a professional at what he does. He's a longtime resident of the county. I feel that he meets all the qualifications. There is nothing on the application that says if you have a code violation, if you have violation at all, that dismisses you from being on a committee or a commission. This county has over 50 committees and commissions, and we are crying for help to represent the community on those commissions. Here we have a qualified person who checks all the boxes. I have the complete email trail with the health department. And I appreciate what Councilmember Denson says, but in here, between the attorneys and the health department, they state no code violations and no complaints on the property. That was as of a year ago, I will admit. But I think there again, this is a situation where I have to speak out for a good man who has a good heart and wants to serve his community. So I will be voting no for this, and I will request a roll call vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Morrell. Councilmember Coover.
Chair, and I have to agree totally with Councilmember Morrell. I have met recently Mr. Baumgartner, and I'm trying to understand how he can be rejected, whereas Councilmember Morrell said we have, I believe it's like 44 boards and commissions, and it's difficult to find folks to serve on them. And I don't know when he became aware of this compliance issue, and if something were intentional that he was trying not to correct things, to be underhanded, that might be one thing. But I'm of the understanding, maybe I'm wrong, that he wasn't even aware of anything at issue until maybe the year ago when the emails began, something of that nature. So there was no sense of trying to avoid anything, and I believe we should be welcoming that kind of responsibility when someone is taking measures to correct things. And I think that is a positive land use situation when you have someone proactive who understands the system. And what better way to have someone on a committee that has that knowledge and can share that, when the issues come up that the LUAC addresses. And so I too will be, voting for this person and against the amendment. And I would ask that, I have to agree, when it's your district, it has meaning, a lot of meaning on it. However, this particular situation, it's a candidate that's going to offer something different to the council, to the board. So I would appreciate a rejection on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Please, I'm sorry for not stating the rules of engagement earlier. We did allow applause during a proclamation. We invite that when we invite guests here. But in order to create a safe and welcoming space for everybody who's here for the rest of the meeting, we ask kindly and respectfully that we refrain from any audible sounds. Folks will be able to give public comment, but in order for everyone to feel welcomed and safe here, we ask that there not be any audible sounds after a member says whatever remarks the member has. Every member has the ability to make the remarks they want to make. So thank you very much in advance. Any other remarks? No, thank you. We'll open up for a public hearing in a little bit. We're still on remarks about Councilmember number 1. Councilmember Morell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, I would say if there are certain violations that rise to the level of disqualifications, I even looked at the background check that the executive did, and it did not pull up anything, even though they asked the health department. But the other thing is, I will tell this council that you just agreed to appoint someone that has multiple code violations and red tags against their property. You already approved them. So if that's the measure, then Lord help us. Thank you.
I can only react to the things that are brought to my attention. So if you want to bring something to our attention, Councilman Morell, about someone we should be concerned about, I'm not concerned about it because it doesn't really impact the job they're going to do. Okay. Any other remarks? Well, I too give deference to council member districts who when we're making appointments in respective council members, I give a lot of deference to that council member. And in this case, Councilmember Denson has done the due diligence. You know, when this, I have no doubt Mr. Baumgartner is a great human. I say that with all sincerity. I hear stories about his good work. No objection with his great work and philanthropy in the community. What I hear from the council member is Land Use Advisory Commissioner who has the authority to make recommendations to a hearings examiner about land use issues. There is communication that was brought to everyone's attention yesterday and today. So the members saying that they haven't heard of anything surprises me. There was communication as late as 1:06 p.m. today in everybody's email boxes. I know our email boxes are very full these days, but there's an email as late as 1:06 p.m. today from the Environmental Health Division Director of the Tacoma Pierce County Health Department documenting that the property in question is unfortunately still not in compliance. Councilmember Dent, when the individual was before us several months ago, Councilmember Denson said very clearly, this person is a good human being, he does good work, is nothing about his character. She said, Executive Dammeier, once the septic issue is brought back into compliance and we have documentation from the health department saying it's in compliance, the council member would entertain, and I think I heard, be happy to confirm the appointment. That did not happen. We have clear documentation from the Environmental Health Division of the Tacoma Pierce County Health Department that the property in question is not in compliance, unfortunately. So here we are. I think the council member made her position clear. And we have an amendment before us. So there was a request for a roll call vote, so we'll do one. We'll take a roll call vote on the adoption of Council Amendment number 1.
Councilmember Herrera.
Nay.
Councilmember Hitchin.
Aye.
Councilmember Morell.
Nay.
Councilmember Campbell.
Aye.
Councilmember Krueger.
Aye.
I'm sorry.
Nay.
Thank you. Councilmember Denson
Aye.
and Councilmember Mello.
Aye.
The result of the roll call vote is 4 ayes and 3 nays.
On a vote of 4 ayes and 3 nays, the amendment is adopted. We now have Resolution 2024-176 before us, and as amended, it includes Jordan Wildish and Fred Underwood to be appointed to the Gig Harbor Peninsula Land Use Advisory Commission. Are either of those individuals here in chambers? If you are, Jordan Wildish, Fred Underwood, are you here in chambers? Can you identify yourself if you're here? Or in the Zoom room? Mr. Weinsbury, do you see those individuals in the Zoom room?
Sir, so we will have time later on.
Yeah, I try to be very clear with my
But
instructions.
you've already voted, so.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I'll invite a public hearing soon. The order of operation is to invite those being appointed to introduce themselves. So that's what we're doing. Jordan Wildish or Fred Underwood are the two individuals being appointed. Not seeing them, we will open up for a public hearing on this resolution to appoint those two individuals to the Gig Harbor Peninsula Land Use Advisory Commission. We're going to, I'm just going to invite folks to the podium. You have 3 minutes to make your remarks. We ask you to state your name if you would like it on the record. Who would like to participate in the public hearing on the appointment of Jordan Wildish and Fred Underwood to the Gig Harbor Land Use Advisory Commission? Anybody? Going once? Please come to the podium. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to make your remarks.
Hello, I'm David Baumgartner's wife, and I just want to say I'm
Can
really
you state your name for the
disappointed.
record, please?
Yes, my name is Ann Jolie.
Thank you.
I'm very disappointed. My husband volunteered for this position a year ago because he's retired and because he has time and he wants to give back. We purchased a home in 2018 that had been on the market for a year and a half. When we purchased the home, the septic is old. A lot of homes that are waterfront homes have old septic systems. We have never had an issue with the septic. The septic has never failed. It has never overflowed. We've had the septic tank pumped regularly and had it inspected when we purchased it. It's not in compliance because it's an old septic system. Most homes in Pierce County have old septic systems that would not be in compliance in today's standards. This isn't the only home. Now, in order to solve this problem, it's very difficult because it's surrounded by water on 3 sides. This isn't something that we can just solve by fixing something. There's nothing broken. We've had Bob Suggs out there from the health department. We have had, in the last 6 or 7 months, we've spent thousands of dollars. People have come out, they've tested it. You have all the test results. It's passed everything. The problem is, it's old. And so we are going to have to replace that septic system with something that Bob Suggs says he doesn't even know exists, because it's surrounded by water on 3 sides. So we're hiring designers to build something that would now be in compliance in today's standards. Okay, it's not in compliance because it's not in compliance to today's standards. But that's the way with a lot of property. I'm very disappointed because this is a good man. And in your position, you had 3 open positions for years when he applied. 3 open positions for years, and you get somebody with this kind of qualities and you turn them down because they bought a home that has an old septic system. And I would be really surprised if we looked and saw if anybody else that's ever volunteered for a position has had any kind of issue with the septic system or a dock or anything else. And I will be willing to bet you that it's over and over and over again. What you're doing now is you're favoring one council member over the public. You have openings because you need them to serve the public. You should fill those open positions with qualified people and not spend time doing favors back and forth. You're here to serve the county and the community, not each other. And this was extremely disappointing. I want to thank Dave Morrell. You brought me to tears because my husband is a good man and all he wanted to do was serve. I do believe this is about short-term rentals. Robin says it's not. But why else? Who else hasn't purchased a home that has an old septic system? I don't know. I mean, most of the county septic systems, if the home hasn't been redone or they haven't failed, is still old.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to provide comment? Please come to the podium. State your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to make your remarks.
Marlon Jensen, Gig Harbor. I've been out there for 43 years. I know this property that they bought. It has been a problem forever. That's why it was on the market for a year and a half. They have done what anyone would do. How would we all want to be stuck in a situation like that? This is a guy who creates jobs. My husband always says volunteers are never wrong because it's so hard to get free volunteers, today especially. And here is a fella that delivered newspapers on the north end of Tacoma when he was a young boy, did a great job. He has a work ethic. He does great things for people in our community. Not everyone does these great things that he and his wife have done for people. They've been very giving, and for him not to be given a chance to get this solved when I know what it's like when you have a drain-filled problem. I hope you never have to, Robin. And we are both from Gig Harbor. We both are your constituents. And for you to vote against this wonderful man, thank you.
Please direct your comments to the chair.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Ryan.
Okay.
See, I don't come this often.
Okay, that's my job to remind you.
Okay.
It's okay.
I'm just saying, it's been a while since I've been here. I just say when we have a great man, why would we not vote on him today? And why would you take the vote before you heard any public comment? That didn't make sense to me. Why did you? Or why do you?
This isn't a back and forth. This is your time to have.
Oh, okay.
You get the entire.
Well, I just think what a great family and what a great representative. And I just hope that you will reconsider, all of you. And thank you, Dave Morrell. What a wonderful man to say great things about a great man. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to provide comment? Please come to the podium, state your name for the record.
My name is Lane Johnson, and I'm here on behalf of David Baumgartner. I run a 19-room clean and sober house just a block away that is owned by Dave. This house offers a second chance to men coming out of prison. I've always known Dave as a very caring, generous individual. He's always willing to help whomever needs it. I've known Dave for over 15 years and consider him a very close friend. I lean on Dave for advice and wisdom. Above all, Dave is a problem solver. He is a guy you go to when you can't figure something out. The committee would be better served having him on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else on this appointment of two individuals to the Gig Harbor Peninsula Land Use Advisory Commission? I'm not seeing anyone. Is there anyone? Okay, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. If there's anyone else, if you want to queue up so we know, please proceed.
Hi, my name is Audrey. I'm friends with Annie and Dave, and Dave and Annie are, I'm 21 years old, so I've lived a short little life so far, but they are the most generous people that I've ever met in my whole life. And Dave just wants to serve people in the community, and I would absolutely agree with Dave Morrell that I don't think that the reason that Robin's bringing up is a good reason to not want just a good man, honest man, to serve on the Land Use Commission. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in chambers on this appointment resolution? I'm not seeing any Mr. Weinsberry, anybody in our Zoom room.
Yes, sir. Excuse me. For any members of the public who wish to provide comment on proposal number R 2024-176, press the raise hand icon on Zoom or *9 on your telephone keypad. And it looks like we have one hand at this time ending in 874. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Chair Mello. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Great. This is Thomas Wick. I don't know this gentleman that Council's been discussing, but what I did want to, it's more of a statement and a question, is that I find it troubling that I brought multiple issues to Ms. Benson, I'm in her district, that had potentially disastrous environmental implications that even threatened public safety, public infrastructure, roads, critical areas. And as hard as I beat the drum, respectfully, professionally, nothing. And so now this gentleman, I guess, has a septic system that's in question, and that issue pales in comparison to issues I brought to her attention when she was both on the Gig Harbor City Council and in the Pierce County Council. We now have a river that floods our driveway, caused a tree to land on our house, and we're not talking small trees. We're talking a tree. In fact, there's still trees now that are big enough to crush our house to the foundation.
Mr. Wick, I need you to speak to the appointment resolution of the two individuals, so please keep your comments focused on the appointment resolution.
Okay. So I guess I'm just, thank you, Chair Mill. I didn't mean to get off track. So I guess I'm just finding it troubling that Ms. Denson is, like I said, has chosen to block this gentleman's appointment because of something that really, really and truly pales in comparison to environmental issues I brought to her attention. And I thank you for allowing me to speak this evening.
Thank you.
And there are no other hands at this time, Chair.
With no other hands, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the council. Are there final remarks from council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on Resolution 2024-176?
Thank you. Councilmember Hitchin.
Aye.
Councilmember Morrell.
Aye.
Councilmember Campbell.
Aye.
Councilmember Krueger.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Denson.
Aye.
Councilmember Herrera.
Aye.
And Councilmember Mello.
Aye.
The result of the roll call vote is 7 ayes and 0 nays.
On a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays, the resolution is adopted. There are no further resolutions on our agenda today. That brings us to Section 9, Ordinances. We have Ordinance 2024-538 before us. Vice Chair Campbell for a motion, please.
Thank you, Chair, and you flipped the page faster than I could. Move ordinance number 2024-538.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we adopt Ordinance 2024-538. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title into the record?
Proposal number O 2024-538, an emergency ordinance of the Pierce County Council adopting interim amendments to Pierce County Code, Chapter 17C30, International Residential Code.
Last line, please.
Last line is residents of Pierce County adopting findings of fact and declaring an emergency.
Thank you.
Be a little louder, please.
We will do our best to be a little bit louder. We are on Proposal O 2024-538. It's on the printed agenda. It's an emergency resolution of the Pierce County Council adopting interim amendments to the Pierce County Code related to emergency shelter for unsheltered residents. I'd like to call on Ms. Rhett Hunt to brief the council.
Thank you, Chair Mello. Today, we have an interim ordinance that would amend 3 chapters of the Pierce County Code to remove regulatory barriers for emergency shelters in unincorporated Pierce County. The interim ordinance would be in effect for 6 months. The regulations being amended address temporary housing communities. These regulations for temporary housing communities were identified as having barriers that make it difficult to create emergency shelter by the Planning and Public Works Department as part of the Comprehensive Plan Update and Review. The department is currently working on code updates that would remove these regulatory barriers as part of that Comprehensive Plan Update project. However, that project is not due to be completed until December 31st, 2024. Temporary housing communities, a little bit about temporary housing communities and the rules that govern them today. There are 3 ways in the Pierce County Code that we provide emergency shelter. That would include the safe parking regulations that were adopted about a year and a half ago by this council, permanently sited indoor shelters, and then temporary housing communities. Temporary housing communities are the only option that can be temporarily deployed for people who don't have the option of sleeping in a personal vehicle. The regulations in our temporary housing communities now are very brief, and they also don't conform to Department of Commerce guidelines because they include exclusionary criteria that make them difficult to deploy. The proposed changes in this ordinance are intentional to protect the safety and health of the community and the site inhabitants. They, in place of the exclusionary locational criteria, they propose health and safety standards and a process for addressing those standards in both community setup and operations. So they also have been patterned after the county's existing approach to safe parking. So I first want to speak to the proposed change and the process that is proposed here. It uses an authorization process similar to the safe parking requirements in that it requires a memorandum of understanding with the Human Services Department, authorized by the Human Services Director. The content of that authorization in a memorandum of understanding, there's several sections in the ordinance that identify what is supposed to be in the memorandum of understanding, and that includes the conditions of approval to ensure that the health and safety standards are abided by, an operation and security plan, that documents the procedures for management and maintenance of the community, a code of conduct for the inhabitants, site managers, and any guests or volunteers, a transition plan that includes how the inhabitants of how the temporary housing community will be removed and how the inhabitants will be moved on when the authorization expires, and then a number of requirements that come from state law that talk about the rights and responsibilities of both the inhabitants of the temporary housing community as well as the rights and responsibilities of the people who are managing the facility. Those things would all be covered in the memorandum of understanding. The proposed changes would also allow temporary housing communities authorized for up to 100 people. The current regulations would allow up to 60 people, and the site must be sized with a minimum site area per person to ensure that there's not overcrowding at the site. Temporary housing communities, their authorization would be extended from a 90-day authorization to a 180-day authorization, with the opportunity for the authorization to be extended if the Human Services Director can identify that they have been good neighbors following the provisions of their authorization, and also that a need still exists for the emergency housing. Prior to the finalization of the memorandum of understanding, a community meeting is required with the same standards and requirements of a community meeting that the county requires for a safe parking facility. So this would include notification of neighbors at least 14 days before the community meeting. Notification, that would be a notification posted at the site, as well as a mailing that would go to property owners, all property owners within 300 feet of the exterior boundaries of the site, but not less than 2 parcels deep. And written notice is provided to the county so it can be posted on the county's website. Successive authorizations of temporary housing communities could be approved at the discretion of the Human Services Director, And to do so, that would require a new authorization, which would mean a new memorandum of understanding as well as a new community meeting with neighbors. There's also additional criteria that the director would need to look at for that successive authorization, which would include factors such as code compliance issues, calls, emergency police calls, the amount of community engagement in the site, and then reports by the managing agency documenting the efforts that they've made to help inhabitants transition to longer-term housing, and also how they have participated in self-sufficiency trainings like skills trainings, job trainings, things like that. If a temporary housing community was to be closed down, the code would require a 6-month waiting period before one could reapply for the same location. There's also a requirement that temporary housing communities should be at least a mile apart. It is a requirement that could be waived by the director if it's determined that that locating them closer would not create an overconcentration of sites or impact the surrounding community. Temporary housing communities should be fenced unless there's other measures to provide adequate screening. They may use any buildings that are on site. Sometimes these facilities are located with an existing religious institution, for example, that may have buildings that they use to support this use. That would be allowed. But they may not build new permanent buildings to serve for this use. The temporary housing communities cannot locate in critical areas, shorelines, or their buffers. And they are required to have 2 parking spaces per 25 inhabitants. Those are some of the site and locational criteria that are proposed under the ordinance. As far as health and safety requirements, the ordinance would include that inhabitants must be 18 years old unless accompanied by a guardian, that a site manager must be present on the site and awake at all times, that inhabitants should be screened for active warrants for violent or sexual offenses, and if it's found that they have an active warrant, they are to notify the Pierce County Sheriff. There must be adequate provisions for water, including potable water for drinking, sewage disposal, solid waste disposal, and pest control. There are standards in the ordinance that require hygiene facilities provided for hand washing, showering, and toileting based on the number of planned inhabitants. And that sleeping facilities any sleeping facilities that happen inside an existing building on the site must meet building and fire codes, and those individual sleeping facilities that are on site shall be spaced for safety. In Exhibit A of the proposed ordinance, individual sleeping facilities under 150 square feet would be exempted from a building permit, and that is only for facilities that serve a temporary housing community. There's also a provision that the county fire marshal will review the premises and issue an approval letter that identifies all of the necessary conditions for fire safety, life safety, emergency evacuation, and emergency access. With that, that in brief is a summary of the proposed regulations for the interim ordinance.
Well done, Ms. Red Hunt. Thank you for detailing for the council and the community the very clear guidelines, standards, and conditions that are required in order to cite one of these. You can't just cite them anywhere. There's very clear conditions, and it requires a memorandum of understanding, a type of part of way of doing a permit with the Human Services Director on a case-by-case, site-by-site basis. Before I open it up for questions by council members, we have some photos that are available. I'm going to ask Mr. Weinsbury to go to some of the photos. It's important that we see, right, a picture tells 1,000 words. Starting here on the left, is not a managed, it's an unmanaged temporary housing community on the left. That is not what we're talking about. That is not what we're talking about. And that is not what we're talking about.
Is this what we're talking about?
On the right is an example of what we are talking about. These are managed tiny home communities that are screened for privacy for the residents, both that live in the community and those that live in the neighborhood, maybe surrounding the community. They're screened often with fencing or shrubbery and trees and greenery. They're clean, they're orderly, they're staffed 24/7 with case management and security. They're often artful and beautiful and have community members who help bring life to them. Other examples of orderly, clean, hygienic, tiny home villages. This is what we're talking about. Places where people can lay their head and not be in a doorway of a business, in a public park, or off in the middle of nowhere, using the bathroom in the middle of nowhere. These places have hygiene facilities, places to wash your hands, to go to the bathroom, to do your laundry, to cook food. So I think it's really important that we see what we're talking about and what we're not talking about. We're talking about managed tiny home villages that are well managed, well staffed, with clear guidance, clear standards, and clear ways to stay in compliance and be cited. You can't just put them up. You have to be cited and go through clear, very clear conditions and guidelines by order of the Human Services Director. So thank you for showing those photos. What questions do council members have before we open up for a public hearing? We'll start with Vice Chair Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. And yesterday's study session, I asked probably about 20. I'll ask a few now, and then I'll hold to give other people a chance to ask questions. While this policy we're looking at is new, it's a land use policy. Or actually, I'll ask this as staff. This is a land use policy, not a funding policy, correct?
It's a land use regulation, correct?
Okay.
Not a funding opportunity.
Is anything in what we're discussing today putting any dollars into any programs?
No.
Okay. So this is just making sure that we have a good, clear set of rules by if someone else wished to do this, this is the rules by which they do it.
Correct.
Is the county, through this, any plan for the county to be sending any of our employees out to set up one of these in what we're discussing today?
Not in these regulations.
Okay. And these regulations, while new before us concerning tiny homes, not really new because they parallel what we as a full council passed was it last year? When did we pass safe parking?
I believe that was December 2022.
December 2022. So about a year and a half ago. A little over a year and a half ago, and that was because a lot of churches were coming to us and a lot of non-governmental organizations, because a lot of churches are like, we have a Christian mission to help homeless. Can we serve them in our parking lot? Can we just let someone homeless park in our parking lot? And the answer before was no. That's not allowed under our code. You can't have someone homeless pull into your parking lot and stay the night. And we said, well, that doesn't really seem to be the right way to be addressing homelessness. Generally, someone who finds themselves homeless in their car is going to be there for a short term while they're perhaps in between jobs, trying to get stability, get back into housing. And so we brought forward safe parking, put a lot of rules around it. I think we've tweaked it once since then, if I recall. And so based on a program that we've had going 18 months that no one's come to us and said isn't working, we said, okay, if you can park a car, can they put up a shed for someone who may not own a car that can sleep in the shed? And currently the answer was no. They'd have to have a running car. This allows us to now put a shed up in a very managed process. It can be very small. What you showed earlier is one model of a larger service, but we have several that are only serving less than 10 people. because our church isn't a wealthy church, and it only can serve a few people. We have a manager on site who helps these people, and this is creating that pathway for them to expand their mission. They can use their church basement. We have one over on the east side, several blocks from my house. They've been using their basement for 3 years. It was in use a year and a half before the community even knew it. And then once they found out, the community was like, why didn't we know? And I was like, well, it was an allowed use, and have any of you had a problem? The answer was resounding no. Gotten lots of emails on this with a lot of misguided information. Sorry, Chair, I guess I'm kind of speaking more than I'm asking questions, but just hoping to bring clarity to this maybe before we get to some of the questions or some of the public comment. Some have said, would you like this in your neighborhood? I have 6 within 3 miles of my house. While some of them have had issues, none of them have ever been persistent. There's an issue, management addresses it, it's no longer an issue. I touched on this would be allowed in a church basement. I just want to confirm that a building, could allow, as long as it has all the health and safety regulations, that they could put it in an existing church basement.
That is correct.
Okay. How many cities and towns around Pierce County have a program like this or similar to this?
So there are 12 of the 23 cities and towns in Pierce County. 12 of them already allow, 12 of them, sorry, just let me double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 12 of them, I was correct, allow some type of an encampment. Not all the rules are exactly like these, but 12 of them do. And then there's 2 communities that would allow this type of a use through a land use permit.
So we're actually a little late to the party on this. Other jurisdictions have been doing it well. You may not have the answer to this. Do you know if any of them stopped their programs? Do we have any information on any cities that said this wasn't working for them?
I don't have that information, no.
I know anecdotally, I don't think any of us have heard of any that have stopped or pulled back. One program may have gone into disuse. In the city of Tacoma, they're only allowed there for 18 months, then they have to move, so they've moved around. And there may be an example, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. So we have 2 questions: is this a good policy? And we have 2 questions before us today. Is this a good policy? Is this the way to go forward? Everything we've done to date, everything the council has said that this is important, puts us here today with a good policy before us. The other one is this is an emergency ordinance, and it's an emergency, and it's not declaring homelessness an emergency. Although several cities have done, several places have done that, which opens up a whole nother set of opportunities to serve people. This is just, is this ordinance an emergency, which means do we process it in 1 week or 2 weeks? And so if the question is there an emergency around homelessness? Last year, I think we had around 300 homeless people die on our streets in Pierce County. This year, I think we're on that same pace. Probably some people who will speak later who can actually give the last few years of how many people, Pierce County residents, have died. It is one of the leading causes of death in Pierce County, is just simply being homeless. Simply not having a place, safe place to lay your head. Sometimes it's violence from other people. We just got a report from our medical examiner. They have 5 unidentified sets of remains down there that are homeless that died a violent death, and they're not sure what to do with them because they can't identify them because they were homeless. And they're asking for a grant to help us identify these bodies. This is serious stuff. And so we have an imperative need. We've seen a tremendous increase. This is our best next step coming to homelessness. Chair, thank you for allowing me to speak more than I ask questions, because very passionate about it.
We know you're very passionate about this, and we thank you for your leadership as the chair of our select committee on homelessness. Before I call on Councilmember Denson, I want to celebrate that we called the facilities management director and we got the HVAC working. So thank you. That you can clap for. We'll allow you to clap for that. No other clapping during public testimony. We make exceptions to our own rules. Seriously, thank you to the staff who are working overtime to make this hospitable for the public to engage. Councilor Denson.
Thank you, Chair. I actually have some questions, but I appreciate the clarification and the comments by Councilmember Campbell. I also appreciated the pictures, because reading all of the emails we received today and yesterday, primarily, I think it seems like a lot of people had a different vision of what we were talking about. This is my only quick commentary, and it seems like this proposal is actually designed to reduce the number of unsanctioned encampments, is to get people out of the neighborhoods, out of the parks, and into a place where, like you said, it's managed and there's case management and we can move them up and out. And again, a temporary type of situation. My question, and I'm sure you detailed this, but it was something that I just wanted to tease out a little bit more. We have a temporary housing community. Temporary housing communities are in our code now. Where are they allowed in the county right now without this?
It doesn't change where temporary housing communities are allowed. Temporary housing communities are allowed any place in unincorporated King County or Pierce County. Sorry, unincorporated Pierce County now, and that would not change under this.
Okay, so they're already allowed anywhere in Pierce County. We're not expanding where they're allowed. Does that include, I know we had a conversation last year, I guess, about residential resource zones. So our most restrictive zones and more environmentally sensitive zones, are they allowed there now?
Yes.
And how would that change at all? Because I had a lot of concerns over that, last year.
It would not change. The way that a temporary use works is that it's allowed any place on a temporary basis if the criteria are met in the regulations.
Okay, so they're allowed everywhere now. They're still allowed everywhere if we pass this. But I thought you mentioned that there was some additional language in regards to buffers and wetlands,
Correct.
things like that. So that's new?
So that's new language. It would exclude the use from locating in critical areas, shoreline environments, or the buffers associated with those designations.
Okay, thank you. So I know folks have environmental concerns, rightly so, and so I appreciate that. Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you for those good questions, Councilor Denson. I for fear that there's confusion, Councilmembers Denson's questions, are they allowed today? The answer is yes. They're allowed today, but with significant barriers such that no one has stood one up. There are so many barriers in the code. I'm going to ask Ms. Rhett Hunt to just to illustrate a couple of them. While they are technically allowed today, there are so many regulatory barriers in today's code to stand up a temporary housing community, like a tiny home village, like you saw in the photos. There are so many barriers such that no one has done it. And the folks who want to do one, like Low Income Housing Institute, has a real project. They can't proceed because there are significant barriers in our code to actually do it. So is it allowed? Yes, but it's a technicality. There's too many barriers to actually do it. Ms. Rhett Hunt, can you give just a couple of examples of the current code and those regulatory barriers that we're trying to clear?
Absolutely. So, for example, our current code reads that that the use cannot be located closer than 1/2 mile from any group home, retirement home, senior center, licensed daycare, or other vulnerable population. So that criteria limits the majority of our urban area. It also requires that the the use is only located for 90 days, which becomes a financial barrier for those for the time it takes to set up the emergency site.
And that's the major barrier. No one's going to do all the infrastructure to bring forward a tiny home village only to have it for 90 days and then have to go away. To bring hygiene stations and water and power to a site and bring all these tiny homes to a site, they need more than 90 days to serve a vulnerable population. It's not intended to be forever, but they need more than 90 days in order for it to be economical. So these are examples of what we mean by regulatory barriers. And you can't just put them up because you want to put them up. You have to go through lots of standards and criteria and work with the Human Services Department. And the Human Services Department has to say, yes, your location makes sense. Yes, 20 of these tiny home villages make sense, or maybe it's 10, or maybe it's 8. It's on a site-by-site, case-by-case basis. This council has been serious about trying to clear regulatory barriers and all kinds of things. This is just another example. Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few questions, and they will be questions. Ms. Erica Rhett Hunt, you just explained some of the restrictions, and those restrictions were put in place to keep the community safe. No argument on that. These regulations are in place for any legitimate developer or builder in Pierce County. Is that not correct? They have to follow the same guidelines as what's in current code?
Are you talking about the existing regulations for temporary housing communities?
Existing regulations.
Yes.
Okay. So what we're asking is a easier pathway forward than any other developer would have to go through to place one of these villages. Is that true?
I don't quite understand the question, if you could rephrase it. And
the question is, if I wanted to put up a tiny home village, I would have to go through a process of regulations and improvements or whatever to build a tiny home village or a cottage housing or
okay, I
whatever.
Understand. So if someone wanted to build a permanent use, like a shared housing village or a cottage housing development for permanent habitation, there are more restrictive requirements than these that are for temporary use, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
My other question that I'm going to ask, and we've debated this in study sessions, so I'm not going to repeat all the questions that I asked you. I appreciate you getting me the information. Was at any time Human Service Department staff involved in writing this ordinance?
No.
Thank you. The reason why I guess I say that is when we first attempted to do safe parking, and I know you weren't here, the first ordinance got vetoed because we did an overreach. We went back, and Councilmember Ryan and myself teamed up, and we came up with a safe parking program with Human Services Department involved in it because they had to write the MOU for it. I think that was the main difference on why we were able to get safe parking through. I think it was unanimous on this council. It was a well thought out process. And today, 2 years later, it is still going. Not very strong, though. We only have maybe 3 sites in unincorporated Pierce County, which leads me to think that we need more there. Assistance on that. When I was doing the point in time count Excuse me, I guess I'm getting into commentary. Okay, I'm not going to go there. I'll wait on that. But I appreciate you answering the questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. There are different codes for permanent housing, housing that's meant to stand the test of time for 50, 60, 80 years. You're right, Councilman Morel. Permanent housing, whether it be cottage housing or single-family housing or an apartment building, yeah, they have a different code because it's meant to stand for the test of time, 50-plus years, typically when you build a building. We're talking about temporary housing to get people off the street, out of parks, out of public rights-of-way, and into a better environment. Did Human Services write this code? No, but I want to be super clear. In the Select Committee on Homelessness that Councilmember Campbell chairs, I want to be abundantly clear. The Select Committee and the Council has asked the Human Services Department since the very beginning of this year to bring us a code so that the Spanaway Tiny Home Village can move through permitting and be cited. We've asked it repeatedly on the record, had repeated meetings with the Human Services Department, and sent repeated emails asking for them to provide us a code. That has not happened. We feel like this is a true emergency with hundreds of people dying every day on our street and a 23% year-over-year increase. So in light of inaction by the Human Services Department, yes, this county council is taking action to their own hands. We have smart drafters who drafted code mimicked after the successful safe parking regulation. It's completely mimicked after the safe parking regulation you and I worked on. Very, very much mimicked. And we have a professional drafter who used to work for our planning department. So we have invited for months the Human Services Department and the executive to give us a code. They refuse to do so. The council's not going to sit around anymore and not have an action. We're going to move forward. Councilmember Krueger.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to just confirm my understanding that this is for a low barrier option, correct? And I'm wondering if the expectation in this low barrier system that are we expected or will be waiting for one of the residents to come for help, or will there be any kind of, well, you may not know this, any kind of possibility where they will need to get counseling or help and services?
The regulation requires case management to be on site and 24/7 security, and individuals will be able to get their needs met.
Okay, that's interesting. But also with that, it's even though this is a land use regulation, it's going to require a great deal of funding later. And I'm wondering, when I'm looking at the MOU that was given from Director Moss regarding the tiny village there in my district at the end of Spanaway, there were several locations that were looked at but not used. Would it be correct for me to interpret that as possible that all of these locations could be used for the purpose of this emergency ordinance? Of which on one page 4 of the 7 are in my district, and on the other page 4 of 12 are in my district. And I'm a bit concerned when I'm looking at the picture of how these will pan out, or with the shelters. Are we prepared for all of that? Where all will the services? How will they get to other services? And I'm just looking for a little more information on that.
I'll ask Ms. Brett Hunt to weigh in here. They have to be buffered from each other, and just because someone wants to do them doesn't mean the Human Services Director will approve all of them. They have to be approved on a case-by-case basis with a thoughtful memorandum of understanding between the applicant, who's able to demonstrate meeting all of the conditions in the code, and in close consultation and agreement with the Human Services Director. So they're not going to pop up overnight and unsanctioned and all over the place. They have to be thoughtfully done through a memorandum of understanding with the Human Services Department, and they're buffered from each other. Ms. Brett Hunt, what do you have to add?
Nothing. I think you you covered it. So while technically they could be located any place, the site requirements require that a number of health and safety Processes are put in place in order to ensure that these are safe for the inhabitants and the surrounding community.
The bar is quite high for an entity, whether it be a faith-based organization or a qualified nonprofit organization or a for-profit organization like Councilmember Morell's construction company. It is a high bar to meet the standards, to bring hygiene facilities and the case management and the 24/7 security, the fencing, all of the things. It is a high bar to meet the standards in order to cite. But please proceed, Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. I think I've got my questions answered, but it is the low barrier, and the expectation is that the resident will have to come forward for help versus any kind of requirement to participate in restoration.
That's all subject to direction and agreement with the Human Services Director.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Denson.
Thank you. I just wanted to get some clarification on the low barrier programmatic question around this. While we're not being specific in regards to what's required of individuals or families seeking assistance at these temporary housing communities, as Chair Mello said, the county is not setting these things up. We're working with nonprofits, we're working with churches, providers, right? They do have the ability, based on their knowledge of their best practices, what they feel works best, to set up their program, their criteria the way they wish. We are just not going to tell them how to do it. We've got some baseline, but they can put in place whatever criteria they want for their temporary housing community. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. We're not saying they all have to be completely any one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Vice Chair Campbell.
It was said these are low barrier sites. Are they no barrier sites?
There's no specific site identified in the regulations. The only barrier that's identified for in these regulations that someone would be prevented from being part of a temporary housing community is that if they have an active warrant for a violent or sexual offense. Any other barriers, as Council Member Denson mentioned, any other barrier, that's the only barrier in this regulation. Any other barriers about conduct or requirements for entry would be at the discretion of the operating manager.
So if the church that's hosting it says we only want to serve women with children, they can put that in place.
That would be their purview.
Or if you're a sportsman club and you want to host only veterans, you can
Correct.
say that's all that I want in here, and they can hold that to that standard, and nothing says that they can't have those opportunities.
Correct.
And earlier was brought up that these are for temporary use, and that some of the rules might not be as stringent as you might see for something that is a permanent use. In your experience, have you ever seen us do something as a pilot project or temporary use and then adopt those to be the permanent rules because we had proof of concept?
Well, I think I want to be clear about two different things. So there's the temporary use this is an interim ordinance, right? And so it allows the use to be temporary, meaning, okay, so let me start over. So in an interim ordinance, it allows these rules to be in place for a short period of time while the department is busy creating permanent rules that they will bring back to you for public hearings and for consideration. That's a requirement under the Growth Management Act, and they need to bring those with the comprehensive plan, which is due to come at the end of the year. So the act of making interim regulations permanent regulations, yes, sometimes the interim regulations are pretty good, and so they become permanent or become permanent with a few tweaks. Other times, interim regulations get a lot of changes and become something completely different in the permanent version. That's a little bit different than this being a temporary use versus a permanent land use, like Councilmember Morell was discussing. When you have a temporary use, it's intended to be there and authorized for a certain period of time, and then it goes. You don't create permanent changes to a site because of that, like you would if you were making a housing development or a shopping center or something like that.
But if through this process, permitting processes, we find a more efficient way to do things that could get moved over to our single-family housing policies, some of the different things that we're trying in here to make it easier, we could then move on down the line to make it easier for for-profit developers for other things.
I don't feel like I can adequately comment on that.
Well, it was asked as a question, but it is a point that it's an opportunity to get proof of concept of various programs, and if this is more efficient, then if it works for, tiny homes, works for single-family homes, and we've lowered the cost of single-family homes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Morell, and then let's open up for a public hearing to hear from the public on this. Councilmember Morell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the discussion on this. Ms. Hunt, with these temporary regulations in place, one, this project wouldn't have to go through the Planning Commission, so it wouldn't have any public comment at that point in time. Is that correct?
Interim regulations don't go to the Planning Commission, correct?
Okay. And does it have to go through a SEPA process?
So under the Pierce County Code, interim regulations aren't required to go through. We exempt them in the Pierce County Code from SEPA. And that is, I can find you a citation on that. We have it included in our finding of facts. The idea behind that exemption is that when permanent regulations are enacted, those go through a full environmental review process.
Okay. And I appreciate that, because I think exempting from SEPA is an interesting subject matter, but also temporary regulations. This council can renew temporary, can they?
Yes. So, and I'll ask Ms. Long to correct me if I misspeak, but interim regulations are authorized under the Growth Management Act for 6 months, and they can be authorized. They would have to come back to council, and they could be authorized for another 6-month time if there was a public hearing and a finding of fact.
Correct.
Is that correct, Ms. Long?
It is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So interim can be a little bit longer than interim if need be.
You can extend an interim.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. I will quit there. Thank you.
In this case, these very regulations we're talking about are under active discussion by our planning department for consideration at the very end of the year during the comprehensive plan periodic review, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
Any other questions?
Do we speak yet?
Soon. Yeah, soon. I'll open up for the public hearing soon. Thank you very much for asking. Director Tatotsin, we see your hand up.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you for the invite to this meeting. I want to apologize up front. My department, Planning and Public Works Director, for the record, Jen Tatotsin, my department was not invited to assist in the drafting of this ordinance, and we haven't had a lot of time to digest it, but we have had staff and our various technical authorities busily digesting this, and There are a couple of items that I feel I'd be remiss if I didn't clarify or just bring to your attention. I, along with the Human Services Department and the Executive's Office, we absolutely recognize a need for low barrier emergency shelter. That said, this is a land use policy with implications to construction standards. So I and my staff would love the opportunity to work with council on a few amendments to ensure that we can both support implementation of your intent and reduce the county's risk. The first thing is regarding the statement that we are working on permanent regulations to be delivered with the comp plan. It is true we are working on code amendments to address a variety of housing barriers to better serve people of all income bands, which is required by House Bill 1220, and that would include emergency housing. But our work with the comp plan periodic update has not studied the impacts or benefits of allowing stability sites with temporary structures countywide. I will need time and resources to conduct a complete environmental and regulatory consistency review along with the required public engagement process before we can bring forward a complete code package like this. So the second thing is I wanted to clarify that exempting new structures from the permitting process, which is how I read this ordinance, does not exempt them from the requirements of the building code, which is adopted by the county. The state building code is adopted by this county and exists to ensure that facilities that house humans are safe for occupancy. So currently the State Building Code Council has not developed provisions for occupied microhomes as standalone structures. That is one of the barriers that I think our jurisdiction has identified, and the state is actively working on solutions for that. But just exempting new structures from the permitting process would not exempt them from having to comply with the building code. Also, local agencies that do rely on the state building code can only exempt structures from the permitting process if the building official approves that exemption. Your building official was not consulted on this ordinance, and we would like more time to work with you on a solution. Nick Waygood is here online as well if you need more details on state building code council efforts or how we use that code in this county. The last thing is I understand the health department is just now reviewing the ordinance. It may have some input for you to consider, but from a public health safety perspective, we would recommend a higher standard for sanitation facilities such as toilets and showers that is more consistent with the state building code requirements, which we rely on. So that's our preliminary analysis and some information for your consideration.
Well, thank you, Director Totson. I know our staff did consult with the building official and other staff on your team. Sounds like it didn't make its way to you, but I know.
Well, I do know Mike Kruger had a conversation with Nick Waygood and asked if he would be comfortable permitting temporary structures, and the answer was no.
Thank you, Director Totson.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I know our staff consulted with planning staff, and I know we're mimicking after 12 or 13 other jurisdictions who have figured out this path forward, and why we're trying to make it so difficult to get people off the streets and into safe structures baffles me. So thank you for being here, Director Totson. We're going to move into the public hearing, and we're going to continue this really important discussion, which I truly hope we are solution-oriented and focused on getting people off the streets and into safe, managed communities. The barriers we put up to safe housing is astounding to me. So let's move to the public hearing on this. Let's start with Lua Pritchard, and then we'll move to Casey Twiggs, and then Rick Robbins.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, respected members of the Pierce County Council. I'm very honored and happy to be in front of you today. I'm Lua Pritchard, Executive Director of Asia Pacific Cultural Center, the Chair of the Pierce County Asian Pacific Islander Coalition, and also a board member of the Tacoma Pierce County Affordable Housing Consortium. But I'm here in speaking about the Temporary Housing Community Ordinance, number 02024-538, to amend the code to allow for tiny house village and a stability site in incorporated areas of Pierce County, which is part of what we all support and have been trying to support for Pierce County to have a plan, and if there is one, to end homelessness. The point in time count when we last checked, there are 2,661 people living outdoors in Pierce County. So what are we waiting for? Tacoma already has 3 villages and a stability site. Pierce County also needs shelter resources. People sleeping outside are vulnerable, and a tiny house village has a security, good case management, hygiene facilities, and housing navigation. Tiny houses are sturdy, insulated. We have windows, doors, heat, and electricity. Staff is there 24/7. Case managers are on site and have a higher success rate in moving people into permanent housing compared with traditional shelters. Lehigh Low-Income Housing Institute is a partner of Asia Pacific Cultural Center. We are very, very happy with the work of Lehigh in doing tiny houses. I was one of the people who really urged Sharon Lee to come to Pierce County and do the same thing she's been doing in King County, creating and developing tiny houses. Lehigh and APCC are building 77 units of senior low-income houses on 38th Street and C and G in the Lincoln District. And now we're on the 6th level right now, doing very good and will open on time. Lehigh is very responsible shelter and housing operator, and clients sign a code of conduct and follow rules with them. If you would like a tour of a village, we can set that up. The County Human Services Department have been working with Lehigh about this project that they're trying to do in unincorporated areas in Spanaway. I'm here to urge you, each and every one of you, I know each and every one of you, and I know you can do the right thing. I know you have hearts.
Thank you.
And I know you want to cure, and hopefully we can reduce the homelessness in our Pierce County.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Pritchard, Casey Twiggs, followed by Rick Robbins, followed by Kim Soto.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Casey Twiggs, and I'm here today representing the Tacoma Pierce County Affordable Housing Consortium. I'm speaking in strong support of Ordinance 2024-538. Pierce County is currently facing a severe housing crisis, and the impact on our community is devastating. Last year, over 230 people, unhoused individuals, tragically lost their lives on the street of Pierce County, many due to preventable circumstances. These deaths are stark reminders of the urgent need for safe and accessible housing solutions and options. By passing this ordinance, we can provide approximately 150 homeless individuals with a safe place to sleep every year. This will help them regain stability and transition into permanent housing. The 2 proposed projects are awaiting siting, and with more sites allowed under strict regulation, we can gradually reduce the number of people living on the streets. As our county works towards implementing a comprehensive planning strategy to address homelessness, it is deeply, deeply concerning to witness disagreement within this council regarding the siting of housing solutions. I urge the executive and council members to reaffirm their commitment to ending homelessness by voting in favor of this ordinance. Rejecting this measure would directly undermine the comprehensive plan to end homelessness, which was adopted 2 years ago to provide sustainable solutions to this crisis. Our community is not just asking for change. We are ready to do the work to work together to move forward and make housing a reality for people living on the streets. Let us ensure that every community member has access to safe and secure housing, helping them transition off the streets and into more stable futures. Thank you for your attention to this critical issue and for considering the needs of our most vulnerable community members. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. Rick Robbins, followed by Kim Soto, followed by Koshan Greenhouse.
Hi, my name is Richard Robbins. I live on 82nd and D, and I came here specifically to see you because I saw you on TV just raving about what you were going to do with the flag today.
Please keep your comments focused on...
I am keeping my comments on it. So I live right around the corner from the tent city that's on 82nd and Pacific. My whole street is filled with trucks and garbage all the time, all around my house. There's people smoking foil all up and down D Street from 72nd to 82nd, all around my house. So what I didn't hear from you is if there's not going to be a drugs and alcohol counselor and mandatory no drugs and alcohol in the place, this will never work. I have 46 convictions on my record, 4 felonies. I went to prison, I came out, I quit doing dope and quit drinking, bought a home, and now my home is surrounded by drug addicts. So unless there's drugs and alcohol put into all of this, nothing will work. Nothing. I went to treatment 7 times, and I finally got out of the system by doing what I was told and getting out of the system. So unless all of that's rolled up in this, you're going to fail. You can try all you want to. So I'm done with that.
Next we have Kim Soto, followed by Koshan Greenhouse, and then Nancy Christensen.
Hi, my name is Kim Soto, and I currently live in a tiny home here in Tacoma. Drugs and alcohol are not allowed on the facilities. They have excellent staff. The case management is superb. There's 24-hour surveillance, security, and it's helped me tremendously. The staff is really, really excellent, respectful, professional, and yeah. So I'm grateful that they're here. I had to have my hip replaced, and I would have been in my car, nowhere to heal. And I was there, and they helped me, and I'm grateful, and I hope you get the span away. Place open. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us, Kim. Thank you for the courage to tell your story. Koshan Greenhouse, followed by Nancy Christensen, followed by Bruce Monell. Koshan, are you here? Koshan Greenhouse? There's a delay if there's anybody in the Tacoma conference room. How's about Nancy Christensen? Are you here, Nancy? How about Bruce Monell? Good call. Bruce, followed by John Brown.
My name is Bruce Monell. I'm here to talk on that ordinance. I applaud your thoughts in doing this, that people do need housing. One of the things that came up in my mind is that there should be something in here that says that it has transit available to it. It's a real problem if you house these things in rural areas that don't have ways for the people to get around. And so there should be something in here that does that. Secondarily, my main concern is that you spend a lot of time and effort on housing, but almost no time and effort on the two things that get a lot of these people here, and that's mental health and drugs and alcohol. And we need a whole lot more time spent on those efforts, and you'd have a whole lot less people having to go to these facilities.
Thank you for being with us. John Brown, followed by, not sure if I have the name right, Colden Kirkwood, and then Jim Hewitt.
Hi, Council. My name is John Brown. I work for the Low Income Housing Institute. And I just wanted to first thank you for the time. And I'm here standing for the ordinance for hopefully we can have a tiny house village in Spanaway. I've been working for Lehigh for the past 6 years. I've opened up many sites in Tacoma, in Puyallup, in Olympia. And I can truly say that they do help individuals that are experiencing homelessness. We run a very tight ship with 24-hour staff. We make sure that they have a hygiene trailer, they can shower, they can lock their doors, they can wash their clothes. Our case managers do a great job with getting them the things that they need as far as documentations and a place to feel safe to move them into permanent housing. I feel that right now we're in a time where, as we know, homelessness is everywhere. And I feel that the burden should not only be in one area, but should be spread apart, that we can all help our brothers and sisters that, live in the Tacoma area and live in the Washington state. I know that a lot of people are against it, but I can truly say that it changes lives. It helps people. It gives people a start. It gives people a place where they can call home. It becomes a community of individuals really helping and supporting each other. So I really would hope that you guys would take the time to really take this into consideration to help those that need help at this moment in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Last name Kirkwood, then Jim Hewitt, then Jim Day or Daw. I'm sorry, I can't read the handwriting.
So in the beginning, my name is Caleb.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. But I get butchered with that every time, so I'm used to it. I'm going to get down to straight to it. I was one of those homeless men out there. I was like 22, 23. Didn't have anything. At that time, it wasn't really no resources. It was only the Salvation Army and the rescue mission and probably a drug treatment that's either full or either vacant. But during that time, it was full. I wish the tiny homes was around when I was homeless, because now I'm working with them. I'm a shelter operation manager. And to come here to be a walking testimony that it's possible. You put a tiny home in that area, someone like me is going to come out and stand right here and tell their life story that they got out of it. I didn't have treatment, so it took a while, took a lot of patience, but I made it through it. I feel having the tiny homes will change dramatically. Someone is going to be out there that's going to help somebody. All it takes is one, and it follows. It gets to 10, it goes to 100, it might go to 1,000. We got a lot of people who are homeless, and I really want to see them be inside. I don't want them out there in the streets. It's too much. There's fentanyl, guns, and violence. Even the kids out there are not safe. And where I live at, I don't see a lot of kids outside because of the homelessness. And I just really think having the tiny homes would be a significant, because I'm living in a Hosmer area, so we have a shelter there, and it's helping. A lot of folks are, very, very pleased about the significant changes. Now we're seeing more kids in certain areas where kids weren't around because of the drug use and just the interactions of people just high and drunk and just under the influence of anything that they can get their hands onto. I really I like where I'm at. I really like where I'm at, because I can look back and tell people that I've been through it. I made it. I made it out of the streets with just a little bit of help. That little bit of help can give out so much. And I want to be a part of this. I want to be a part of the history where someone is going to say, hey, Caleb came down and told me his life story. And if he can do it, I can do it. And I want someone to stand in my position as well to say the same thing, that it is possible that it can work. Just got to have some faith, patience, and consistency. That's it.
Thank you, Caleb. Thank you for the work you do. Jim Hewitt, followed by Jim Day. Excuse me, is Jim here? We're going to go on to Robin Fry. Is Robin here and wanted to testify on this Matt, do you want please come forward? Say your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. Then Tammy.
Hello, my name is Robin Fry. I'm a Gig Harbor resident. I'm the past district chairman of the Republican Party for the 26th district in the Gig Harbor area. I want to urge you to not prioritize the homeless community and asylum seekers and the homeless industrial complex over the law-abiding citizens of our county. The council's duty is to keep the citizens safe, enforce our laws, including property rights, reduce crime, and help keep a clean environment, in addition to supporting businesses and helping them to flourish. I think it's past time to take a new approach. I agree with Bruce Morrell. The emphasis needs to be on reducing the drug and alcohol addictions and treating mental health and having a more aggressive approach to crime rather than to continue to enable the homeless problem to grow worse. According to your own statistics, homelessness is up 23% in this last year, despite the billions of dollars being thrown at it. So I ask you to please enforce our property laws and our criminal laws and not nullifying them. Property rights are fundamental to democracy. I believe the homeless epidemic is getting worse because of the billions of dollars thrown at it, and also due to our current open borders policy. We have 16 million new asylum seekers in our country. But Washington State is indeed a homeless magnet. Governor Inslee has spent $2.4 billion allocated in 2023 to 2025 for 28,000 homeless residents. That's $42,850 per person, according to my estimates. Again, despite all these billions of dollars, the homeless epidemic is only getting worse. So it seems to me to be obvious that the current approach of our federal, state, and local government is not working to reduce the homelessness problem and improve these people's lives. Washington State is quickly turning into a California-like environment. Our cities are overrun with crime and homelessness everywhere. The fellow mentioned there was garbage all over. There's tents all over the streets. Every day I see on the news some innocent woman or man has been attacked. People are getting robbed. People are literally dying every day because of the magnitude of homeless and asylum seekers and criminals that are out on the streets.
Your time's expired. Thank you. Next we have Tammy, followed by Marlon Jensen, followed by Rob Huff. Yes, thank you.
You hear my last name?
Creeley, right?
Creeley.
Creeley, excuse me.
That is
Tammy,
correct.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I am the executive director for Forward Operating Base Hope. I'm not going to get into a lot of details because most of you already know about the Veterans Village, the fact that we were contracted with the city of Tacoma and recently decommissioned. The Veterans Village saved lives, literally saved lives. It saved our veterans' lives. No veteran should be out on those streets homeless in a country that they served to protect. Okay, so the Veterans Village saved lives. Here's what we did when we were commissioned. These are our final numbers. We housed 93 once homeless veterans into permanent housing. We have 25 that went to rehab. Those 25 remain clean and sober today. We helped 161 veterans who served this country. We had a wraparound service, which is what made us so successful, meaning that the veterans services came to our village and worked with our veterans, as well as our staff was specifically trained in helping homeless veterans. We understood the psychotic breakdowns, the mental health issues, the de-escalation techniques and how to recognize things before they got out of hand. So this ordinance needs to be put in place, because right now, as we're talking about this, there may be a dead homeless veteran out there in a creek bed, on a riverbank, in the woods. So let's do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy, before you leave, do you have more veterans to serve? Are there more veterans to serve, if you were able to cite?
Yes, sir. Looking at the numbers, the point in time count had 100.
1 minute. She had 1 minute left on the time.
At 161 veterans. And yes, there are a lot of veterans out there, especially in Pierce County, especially in the wooded areas. Veterans aren't going to tell you, the point in time count isn't accurate with veterans. They aren't going to tell you they're veterans, because veterans have a hard time asking for help. And that is one of the things that is big with homeless veterans. They don't know how to ask for help. They're scared to ask for help because the system has shortchanged them so many times. So I'll ask you, are you going to be the same system that shortchanged them? Or are you going to be the system that helps them? Thank you.
Thank you for your service. Thanks for the work you do for our veteran community. Marlon Jensen, followed by Rob Huff, followed by Steve Decker.
Well, here I go again. I'm sorry that I have to have so many. I am not prepared for all this. I just found out about all this at the last minute. And again, I want to say that I am probably the oldest person in this building today. I've had more experience. I've lived here 55 years in Pierce County. I'm a daughter of a social worker. I worked with people. I was a manager all my life. What I decide to do as a manager is solve problems. We've had the homeless problem here forever. And one of the best ideas I ever heard was to take McNeil Island and make that a place for our homeless to be so that they would have room. And part of what I've been talking to people in the community today, and they all are scared to death to venture from their house when there are homeless places in Gig Harbor. They can't let their kids out. There are drugs being, people are doing drugs, and here are these parents that can't let their kids out in their own private properties. And it's just getting upsetting to people. So we need to have more mental health for drugs and alcohol. And how about all the illegal immigrants that have been coming into our country under Joe Biden's administration? I mean, we have a lot of danger. And, you know, it's really, it takes a lot to make me fearful. But, you know, as a woman, I am getting very afraid to walk in certain areas. And I think we need to be careful where we put these places. We love the people, and we love our military too, by the way. My brother was a Green Beret and died at 56 from drug and alcohol. So I understand it. But you don't get ahead if you just keep, we need more mental health care. And we need to enforce the laws we have on the books. People need to be protected in their communities. And thank you for all you do. I know it's hard decisions to make, but McNeil Island would be very inexpensive. It would be a lot more inexpensive, and it would be safer, and then people wouldn't be afraid to walk around in their neighborhoods. So please think about that idea. I think it could be made fine with the state if you worked with them.
Your time's expired.
Thank you.
We have Rob Huff, followed by Steve Decker, followed by Ed Nappy.
Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to speak. I'm here today to urge you to support this proposed ordinance to address the need for emergency shelter across Pierce County. As you each know, Pierce County has many more people who are currently experiencing homelessness than there are shelter spaces available. And this gap between the need and what is available is forcing people to create their own solutions every day across the entire county. During the 2024 point in time count on a single day in January, I joined with many of you and a host of other volunteers who counted those 2,661 folks who were counted as homeless that given day. Pierce County currently has fewer than 1,700 year-round shelter spaces available, with the largest numbers of those open during the winter months and fewer in the summer. So clearly there's a shortcoming in order to try to bring people inside. Our community needs access to more shelter options. People are clearly homeless across all of Pierce County, and since there's funding available to create temporary shelter to help people in the communities where they already live, it only makes sense to enact this legislation and allow solutions to be created. Passage of this ordinance would allow people who are currently homeless in the unincorporated areas of Pierce County to seek emergency shelter and access services that they need to find permanent housing solutions in the communities where they already live. In case after case where emergency shelter has been created inside the Tacoma city limits, as others have mentioned, communities have expressed concern and opposition to the sites initially being created next to them. And over time, with opportunities for community building around each site, neighbors have come to accept and even adopt the micro shelter sites, safe parking sites, and managed tent sites with a recognition that they can be humane options to help those who are currently homeless. Passing this ordinance would also allow providers that focus on providing support for veterans and other specific groups with the kind of services that they need to be able to recover and return to more permanent housing. Since there's currently funding available and there are already projects selected and ready to be established with the passage of this ordinance, I urge you to support this legislation and allow these solutions to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huff. We have Steve Decker, followed by Ed Nappy, and then Lori Lee Littman if they wish to testify.
Good evening, I'm Steve Decker. I'm the CEO of Family Promise of Pierce County. Part of what we do is operate the Pierce County Shelter Hub, where we are the entry point for anyone experiencing homelessness for the entire county. I have noticed some things, that there are some misconceptions about people looking for help and looking for emergency shelter. To give you a specific number, it is July 9th. From July 1st until today, we had 30 families with minor children look for emergency shelter. Not one of them was a refugee or an immigrant. Not one of them was using substances. Not one of them had mental health issues. They were victims of things outside their control. Of those 30 families, 18 today, are parked out in parks. They're under trees. They're on the side of the road because there are no places for families with children. I can't speak to the bigger numbers of shelter beds. I've seen different statistics. What I know is as of today, in the past 9 days, I've had to tell 18 families there is not room for your children. If passing this ordinance means there's one more family off the street, do it. It's not perfect. I understand it's temporary. Great. Figure out a permanent solution. But anybody who is opposing this ordinance, to me, is telling me it's okay for children to be on the side of the street every night. And I can't sleep with that knowledge. That's horrific. We have to change this. And if this is a tool to do so, please, please pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Decker. Ed Nappy, followed by Lori Lee Littman. But there's no subject there, so Lori Lee, not sure what you want, if you want to share on this item. We're only taking testimony on the interim regulation for managed tiny home villages. Then So then Ed Jacobs after that.
Hi, my name's Ed Knapp, and I live in Gig Harbor. And the thing that I was looking at, some of the proposals that you guys got up, like there's a 300-foot notice of surrounding areas when they're going to build these tiny homes. That's not a lot of area to notify people of what's going on in their area. A lot of people don't see those big orange signs that they're going to build something. A lot of people are ignorant as to what they are. So they're not going to notice it until all of a sudden they got them up there. Another thing is I've never seen any temporary thing that has been proposed by any politician be temporary. Somehow they always extend it and it's going to be permanent. You got a director, you set a director in there and they're in there for 9 months or whatever it was, and he can extend it. Well, what good is that? He can extend it. I'm not against people finding places to live. I think that the government or the city should find places like empty malls or whatever and put people in these places. They're already built. I mean, you're going to dig up somebody's property and put up these, 50 or 100 homes, and they're not going to be temporary. They'll be there permanently. That's all I can say about that. And I think that I agree with the one guy saying about the veterans. They should be first in line, and people that live in the area originally should be second or first and second. But people that come from out of state and other areas, they should go back to where they were from, because they know the area where they're from. They can get jobs easier, and that's the way I feel about it. But the other thing is, you said anybody except people with warrants would be exempt from being in there. Well, if they've got a warrant, they've already got a place to go to, and it's a jail. So that's where they should go to. But you also not even saying anything about people that maybe don't have a warrant but are pedophiles or whatever else in that tiny village. It should be checked more, and I agree with the mental health and all that stuff. They should be going through that too. But I think that it should be managed a lot more, and I think a better use would be, instead of building these tiny villages, which will be permanent, because nobody's going to put up a 50 or 100 of those houses and knock them down in a year. They should look at other places like empty hotels, or even that McNeil Island would be a good process. So, okay, thanks.
Thank you. Lori Lee Littman, do you want to speak on this issue? Then Ed Jacobs.
I'm Lori Lee Littman. I wanted to read a statement from Ashley Fadan, who's the chair of the 28th. She said, I fully support this proposal and ask that the council members look beyond politics, divisiveness, and ego. Please vote yes. The members of our community who need these temporary shelters have depth beyond substance use disorder, mental health concerns, or financial struggles. They are children of God, far less fortunate than those who placate their political leanings in homes with roofs, food to eat, a comfortable bed, and internet connection. We should reflect on how we would want to be treated. No one chooses to be homeless, chooses to be poor, chooses to use makeshift camps or without running water or food, chooses to have chemical imbalances in their brain. We can do better as a community. We have to demonstrate what kindness and empathy means to those who live with a daily struggle to survive. One has to kneel before they can crawl or walk. Recognize that as a basic recognition of higher entity be capable of our daily lives. I strongly support this ordinance. Give those who struggle a chance to kneel, a chance to survive. And just a statement from me. Human beings are not illegal. And unless you're 100% indigenous native, you're also an immigrant. So knock it off.
Thank you. We have Ed Jacobs, followed by Jennifer Sharp, followed by the Reverend Doug Collins.
Good afternoon. I'm Ed Jacobs. I'm speaking on support of Ordinance 2024-538, the importance of which is truly life and death to street people. For the last 3 years, every quarter, I have a service to remember and honor those people who have died while living on the street. Last year in Pierce County, you were right, 295 people died while living on the street. forced to be without their friends by the sweeps conducted at the homeless encampments. You may think this is not a big deal. However, imagine those 295 people are standing with me talking to you. I'm speaking for them today. National statistics show people who are sick or accidental overdoses have a 27% higher rate of death when alone, simply because they don't have anyone to call 911 for them. I say accidental overdoses as I see many fire department calls where people respond to doses of Narcan and are saved from death. The medical examiner, your medical examiner, terms these accidental overdoses because of the addition of an unknown quantity of fentanyl added to normal doses of their drugs. 27% of 295 people, 79 people. If all 295 people who died were in temporary housing communities, 79 would be alive today. Actually, approximately the number of people who showed up for this meeting. You had 80 some odd people show up for this meeting. That's how many people would still be alive today if you pass this kind of ordinance. So I ask for your yes vote to remember and honor those who died last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your work. Jennifer Sharp, followed by the Reverend Doug Collins, then Kara Godberry.
Thank you, council members. My name is Jennifer Sharp, and I am a veteran. I'm a Marine. I was in 8 years. I did 3.5 deployments. I'm a motor T operator. I'm a 50 cal gunner. I'm a 240 gunner. And I'm a woman who it took 12 years to get help from the VA because it's not sociably acceptable for a woman to get out of a job like that. I lived in Fob Hope. I've owned 2 homes. I'm a tax-paying woman since the day I was 17 years old. 22 years I've worked. And I had a very serious situation with PTSD when I got out. I got married. I did everything I tried to do. I have a son who's 7. I'm 45 years old. I did my career first. I tried to do it right. And I had no one. I'm a 46-year-old woman. Do you think that my family can come help me out? They're in their 80s. So I traveled across country because I got addicted to my medication from the VA, which is, I understand the whole understanding of that. I'm okay with that. I came here, I came home. I was born in Swedish. I came here to get help from my family, which is Washington State. And the only people that helped me out was Fob Hope. I have another half of my life, and the other half of my life is to spend trying to help out every single person on the streets, because every single person has their own world, their own journey inside of them. And when I heard about the gentleman, and I understand that scapegoating, gaslighting, all this stuff can happen, but I lived on 82nd. I lived there, and there's an apartment complex that was shooting at us. It wasn't the Fob Hope. I was there. I got assaulted. My car was stolen. My dogs were kidnapped outside on the street. I pick up my dog poop. I say hello to the neighbors. And across the street in apartment 9, I will give you the address, is where all of that stuff is going on that street. And here we are trying to fight for our lives when I'm missing teeth and I look like I'm crazy. So I want you to know that I appreciate you listening to me. I appreciate you letting me get my voice back. But what's more important are there are people like me that have paid taxes. I got 40 more years to give money to the world.
And you're not helping us. It's a location, it's time, and it's resources. Excuse my language, it's the Marine Corps, I apologize. And the Lord gave me these, maybe for this, I don't know. But what I'm saying is,
please finish your thought.
okay, very quickly, and I'm very sorry for the time, but it's the resources. The resources have to come in. And the location, we can't be scaring, people, but we also are not lepers. We can't be in Gig Harbor where we can't reunite with society.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate it. Sorry for the sternness, but this comes from passion and love for human beings.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your willingness to tell your story. We have Reverend Doug Collins, then Kara Godberry, then Jessica Pear.
Good afternoon. My name is Reverend Doug Collins. I serve as the Senior Minister of First Christian Church of Tacoma on 6th and Orchard. We are proud partners with the Low Income Housing Institute as hosts to the tiny house village on our property. I am also a proud openly gay minister, by the way. Like many, my congregation was stunned to learn that homelessness was increased by 23% in our county just since last year. Despite the success of villages like the one that we host on 6th and Orchard, it is disturbingly clear that the larger systems in place, which continue to disenfranchise our most vulnerable populations, continue to wreak havoc on the lives of so many who are simply trying to survive. When survival is the issue, I believe that it is time that we act with swiftness to do everything that is possible to support these members of our society, especially those most critically who are affected by these issues, those who we consider to be homeless. I'm writing to share my strong support in adopting this emergency ordinance, that it helps to remedy the crisis that is plaguing our most vulnerable neighbors as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kara Godberry, Jessica Pear, and then we're going to see who else here in Chambers wishes to provide comment before we move to our Zoom room. Welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Welcome.
My name is Kara Gadberry, and I am a case manager for Fob Hope, or I was, I guess. Originally, I am a homeless veteran. I actually live at Aspen Court currently, which is a Lehigh property. And Fob Hope kind of saw my work ethic and took me on. Helping other homeless veterans is extremely important to me, but helping any homeless person is. And I believe that this ordinance should be passed. There are so many barriers that we currently face, even trying to get help. I've lived in my car since June of 2022 and didn't get to Fob Hope until November of 2023. Again, I don't understand why it is so difficult for us to actually get help or to get funding. We should have programs like Fob Hope that exist all over the place because, again, there should be no homeless veterans. But here we are. And I believe, again, nobody should be homeless. But especially with vets, I believe that, we signed a contract to try to help others, and now our country just lets us down. So I would say please go ahead and support this actual ordinance and approve it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. Jessica Pear, followed by Sarah Vermeer.
Hi, I'm Jessica Pear. I'm one of the co-founders of Family Promise of Pierce County and also a member at Spanaway UMC and the Safe Parking Coordinator there. And I am actually going to defer my time to Sarah to share some of the stories from Family Promise and just let you know that I encourage support for this ordinance.
Thank you. Sarah, you are next on our list, so good handoff. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sarah Vermeer. I'm with Family Promise of Pierce County and the Shelter Hub, who receives those 24-hour phone calls for the families or individuals experiencing homelessness on the street. On a day-to-day basis, we receive phone calls from single fathers and women who are stuck in a tent with no transportation on the side of the road and have been calling shelters every single day to gain access and make sure that there is a space available for them to be able to have a bed in a safe space for their family to stay with case management access. Some of those are ADA, children and individuals, and so we are here on the behalf of those families who do call us in search of shelter and the lack thereof, the space for them in support of the community for the tiny homes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for being here, for the work you do. Jagan Sekchel, sorry for not reading your handwriting. Is there a Jagan Senchel? Something close to that? No? Christopher Kendrick? Christopher Kendrick. Ruby Jones. Followed by Chris Kodal.
Hi, my name is Ruby Jones. 1 year ago, I was homeless on the streets of Tacoma and had just been through a drive-by that had nothing to do with us. I didn't know where we were going to be. I didn't know where I was going to stay or where I was going to get my next meal. I was told about Fob Hope. I went there. I hadn't been able to shower in almost 3 weeks. They let me take a shower while they were waiting for my paperwork to come back to verify that I had been a service member. And they gave me food. And then once they told me I was approved, I was able to move in right away. They gave us all the resources that I needed to help get my dog registered as my service animal, to help get us with my, because I have a disability, they helped me get my paperwork for that and everything. Fast forward to now, I'm a caseworker working for them. They've done so much for my life and many others. I just feel like this ordinance needs to be passed. Thank you.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for being with us. Chris Kodal, then Gabrielle Keong, then Tim Fairley. Chris? No? How about Gabrielle Keong? Welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Gabrielle Gurng. I live here in Tacoma. I'm a volunteer with Pierce County Coalition to End Homelessness, and I have been for 2 years. I know this ordinance is not a full package, perfect, one-stop solution like we would all really love it to be. It's an in-between solution. It's a pathway. It's a gateway. And I would argue that this is perfect because life has a lot of in-betweens. There are a lot of folks who, sorry, I'm gonna go back. We are just humans volunteering. We are shelter workers. We are social workers that support this ordinance. And although we love our work, we love our people, sometimes folks can't get housing right away. Sometimes we can't get them shelter right away. There were quite a few people I served last year. There was several lockdowns, for example, at the Tacoma Rescue Mission due to COVID, understandably. They couldn't let anybody in. So, you know, we need these in-between solutions for these situations where people are told, you know, the bed is full or you can't come in. We Americans are facing unprecedented times, unprecedented heat waves, unprecedented costs of living, unprecedented changes in legislation by SCOTUS over how we are going to handle homelessness. And it is our duty to rise to the occasion and provide unprecedented solutions and unprecedented compassion. Because at the end of the day, no matter how much we don't like some of the people that we're serving or we don't like their choices, they still deserve water and shelter and humanity. And the last thing I would like to say is Matthew 25:40. The King said to the righteous, "When you gave to the least of me, you served me." Thank you for taking my comments, and I hope that you will vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. Tim Fairley, followed by Nancy LaChapelle, then Rosemary Powers.
Good afternoon. Tim Fairley, Tacoma Volunteer Outreach and Resources. I'm encouraging all of you to think about yourselves. Put yourself in this situation. If you had nowhere to go, what would you be going through in life? Wouldn't you be looking for somebody to save you, a hero, anybody? Wouldn't you want to get away from crime? Wouldn't you want to get away from being raped, mugged, robbed, anything, just to have a safe place? Coming to you today as one of our neighborhood council vice chairs in the Dome District, all I keep hearing is, what are we going to do about the crime? What are we going to do about finding shelter for these people? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? And I keep telling them, well, where are they going to go? Where are they, and they keep saying, well, send them back where they came from. Well, they can't get back to where they came from because where they came from is a new apartment or a new condo, and they're put back out on the street, so they have no way to survive. So they go out and commit more crimes. Not saying they're felony crimes or anything, but that's their new lifestyle is crime, just to exist. They're being put into survival mode. Coming at you as a 27th legislative delegate, I'm asking all of you to put your differences aside. Not even Republican, not even Democrat. And I want you to sit here and think, is this a solution to stopping homelessness? Is this a solution to helping save lives? Is this a solution to hope? I'm asking all of you to please unanimously stand up, sign this, do whatever it takes, and be a hero for all of us that struggle in this city and this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Nancy LaChapelle, followed by Rosemary Powers, followed by Teresa Power-Duras. No, Nancy? Okay. How's about Rosemary Powers, then Teresa Powers-Judas, then Laurel Turner.
We got a hand mic that we could bring to her.
Good evening, Rosemary.
Good evening. My name is Rosemary Powers, and I'm here to represent the League of Women Voters of Tacoma Pierce County. And I just have to say I'm so moved by the people with lived experience of homelessness that it's hard for me to make these formal comments in a way that doesn't have the same kind of passion. So I appreciate that very much. But I represent a group that has over 150 members, constituents of every one of your districts. And I wanted just to tell you a little bit about how we've come to our position on shelter. In the late 2016 and 2017, we sponsored community forums and workshops about the need to address the homelessness crisis in Pierce County. And through all the years since, we've actively participated in the Coalition to End Homelessness. We've testified in person and in writing many times before your council and here in Tacoma and other jurisdictions about the need to have permanent solutions to the housing crisis. The League can only advocate consistent with our positions that are adopted by consensus of our members following a rigorous amount of study. Our 2020 shelter study led us to a position asserting that shelter is a basic human right. People experiencing homelessness must be allowed to access or create temporary shelter until they can gain and sustain the adequate and secure housing that should be accessible to all. Our position supports such measures as this proposed ordinance, and the position does not advocate for an unregulated approach to shelter in public space. Neither does this ordinance. We do insist, however, that consistent with the position of leagues throughout the state of Washington, that securing the right to shelter in our communities requires that all levels of government and the private sector share responsibility to help alleviate the housing shortage for those with very low incomes. For all the work that's been done to try to address the housing crisis, the number of individuals and families who need affordable housing and shelter continues to rise. Adoption of proposed ordinance 2024-5538 will provide one more tool to reduce homelessness, an opportunity to create sanctioned temporary housing communities that can be quickly developed and set up and used by people who would otherwise be unhoused. Please approve this ordinance to help address this inhumane crisis in our county. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Rosemary. Teresa, followed by Laurel Turner, followed by Oneida Arnold.
Hello, Chair Mello and council folk. My name is Teresa Power-Drudas, and no one is paying me anything anymore. So I don't work for anybody specifically, but I am involved with a lot of these folks. First, I want to say, when you showed those two pictures, the one on the left is my neighborhood. That's what it looks like. So when you're talking about how to keep the community safe, it's not like there's someplace out there where everybody can stay now and you're trying to figure out, is this new place better than that? So start with that very low bar. There are people out there who are using our streets as toilets, who are using whatever they can find to pull a tarp over their head. They are not in houses and you're looking at maybe we should make some nice little tiny house. They're out there. So this is a small step, but it is in the right direction. And it confuses me that you've got the Human Services of Pierce County trying to play catch up, that you've got a planning department that's saying, hey, we need time to read this. Why the heck have they not been leading this? Have they been asleep? Have they not paid attention to what other cities are doing and the successes of other cities? Why don't they know these things inside out? They should know better than all of you do. They should know it better than all of us do. To come online and say to us, hey, we haven't had time to think about this. What have they been thinking about? They should be leading this, not having to be dragged into it, not dragging their heels. You've taken the time to do some research, to make something that works, that has worked in other cities. Let's go with that. Don't let them drag you down by saying they haven't had enough time to look at it. They should have been looking at it before you gave it to them. I also want to say, someone who is sitting here said it very well. Every time I hear someone take homelessness and crime and immigration and wind them up all together and say, this is what our problem is, it just angers me. We are mostly immigrants here. Many of us have had our people looked on as being the criminals. Let's stop doing that. It can't be the last one who came in the door slamming it in the face of the next poor person. Let's keep our community safe for all of us. It's a good step. Don't slow down. We need the funding that we can get by doing something like this.
Thank you for being with us. Laurel Turner, followed by Oneida Arnold, and then Todd McKellips.
Good evening, Council. Thanks for having me. I'm here today to ask for your vote in favor of the proposal 02024-539. I live and work in Pierce County now, 7th District and 2nd District, respectively. But I worked in homeless housing system in the Chelan and Douglas County area from 2014 to 2022. I'm also a founding board member of a community housing trust, as well as a member of Chelan Douglas Housing Solutions Group, and represented Chelan and Douglas counties on the balance of state continuum of care. Any homeless housing system includes both proactive and reactive responses, and both are crucial. Proactive responses include things like legislation that encourages and lowers the barrier for increasing housing stock, creating more permanent supportive housing, supporting landlord liaison programs with case management, and so on. Reactive responses are the things like day centers, overnight shelters, safe parking, and other temporary sheltering solutions. Reactive responses aren't easy to sell because they appear to be putting a Band-Aid on a more serious injury. But reactive responses are crucial, not only in the flow of homeless to housed, but in every part of running a community. It's the reason we have a fire department and emergency rooms. Reactive responses address the crisis at hand and buy us time to work on the long game while protecting community members in deep need. People often ask me why households become homeless, and I usually answer with a question: which household? There's not just one cause of homelessness, and there's not just one solution. We need to be working on the entire spectrum of homeless services, from shelter, transitional housing, rapid rehousing, and permanent supportive housing, and even the building of market rate homes. all with the aim of no longer needing as much reactive services. I emailed this to all of you today, so I won't continue with this. I'll save you, let you go to dinner. But I did want to tell you that a lot of the things that were brought up today about the issues with homelessness, not feeling safe on the street, not being able to use our park, would be exacerbated, wouldn't be exacerbated by having a place like this. Those are caused by spontaneous and unsanctioned camps. So I would like you to set aside politics, make this a humanitarian decision, and support this ordinance.
Thank you, Laurel.
Thank you.
Oneida, followed by Todd McKellips, and then Carol Sue Broughton.
Good afternoon, Chair Mello and council members. My name is Oneida Arnold, and I've lived in District 7 for more than 35 years. I've taught in Tacoma Public School. I see my cab right there, Central. And I also taught for 10 years in Clover Park School District. I retired from Hilltop, which has changed tremendously. Edna Travis is the name of the school now, but my folks have been sort of pushed out. All of my parents generally worked, two-parent families. They worked, but they did service industry, and they couldn't afford the rapidly rising housing cost, which is the main problem situation with homelessness. People want to pull in drugs and alcohol, and yes, we do need a better mental health and treatments. After all, Big Pharma is our big pusher right there. So I want to dispel that. I'm a volunteer, and I volunteered a few years ago when right beside on 5th Street by Marlene's Deli, I found a camper with a dad, a mom, and 3 very young children. They were all under 5. And I decided I can't just walk past this. And there were other people on the street there. I can't just walk past this. I have to do something. What can I do? I can at least bring food and water. And that's what I've been doing ever since. In addition to that, I have also paid when I hear on the Homeless Coalition website, I've paid to keep people in their places. It's all about the cost of housing. That's why it's such a difficult to achieve, because the cost of housing on the West Coast and the East Coast, a few places interior, is just completely out of hand. I don't know. I wish I could take a poll here. If you are a renter, how much has your rent gone up? I have friends whose rent has almost doubled since the moratorium has gone off. They are barely making it. So I sent this to you, and I want to encourage you to vote for the ordinance authorizing temporary housing communities. Homelessness in Pierce County is at a crisis level. We need real solutions now. Temporary housing communities, such as tiny villages, have been proven to be successful programs for helping people transit from homelessness to more permanent housing. They are hosted and managed by nonprofits who are all here, and government agencies and or religious institutions. You've heard from them all that they are well prepared to provide wraparound services that give residents a chance to get on their feet. Our unhoused are part of our community. No, they do not belong on this faraway island.
Thank you.
That's a very, let's make that a Discovery Park type thing. I don't know. The skyrocketing cost of housing in all of Pierce County is pushing more people out of housing. They need our support now. Please allow this interim regulation to go forward. This is a stepping stone for so many people.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anita. Todd McKellips, followed by Carol Sue, followed by David Ovidver.
Honorable Chair, Pierce County Council, and my friends, I promise not to blow you up too much. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this 2024-538 bill. I was injured with Pierce County Sheriff here in the county and resulted in a couple years later being homeless myself through the 2008 housing crisis, and resulted in over 10 years of homelessness. Basically, I have a couple points and a question. One question is, we keep being almost reactive towards the emergency, but not actively pursuing more. I feel like this is like a little Band-Aid fix on a bigger solution, as most of the people here have said. And we need to be more focused on permanent housing than emergency housing, in my opinion. I'm here in support of this bill, but also to say it's not enough. I'm a self-proclaimed tiny house guy. I went to the Senate in 2018, 2017, 2016, and fought heavily to pass Senate Bill 5383, which legalized tiny homes and tiny houses, but it's more permanent full-time housing. Worked with the city of Seattle to do what they consider shelters, tents with insulation. That's the little micro villages you see. While I'm for that, I'm also more, let's actually make houses for people. Let's let them build what they want to live in as well. All for the Spanaway project that's commencing, and I have some big hopes for that as well, in seeing people actually bringing themselves out of poverty and actually empowering their skills and all that kind of stuff. But through my capitalism, my faith in Yeshua, serving the community is most important. This bill actually says let's go and legalize things. In my opinion, churches should be able to help people, and people like myself. I have a farm in Buckley area, and I'm always on Mr. Morrell, kind of pushing him forward as far as this is what I want to do with my own property. And I think that we as conservatives, and I'm a proud Republican, believe it or not, that we should be allowed to really help people, and there should be no real government limitation on doing so, with my faith and everything as being a component of that. But I'm less for tent cities than I'm for people building houses, real housing. Let's get them there, and this is one step towards that direction. But I say don't stop there. Let's go farther. Let's go a mile if we can, and not be reactive. Let's actually do some action here. We're one step there, but I believe the unhoused have opportunities for a hand up. We're sitting here, the community, Councilman Mello, thank you for bringing this up and taking those steps forward. But I recommend no square footage limitation. You guys have a limitation there of 150. There's families in need. I'm taking care of a few. There's people paying $3,500 a month to live in an Airbnb that can't get real housing because they have evictions on their records. And they're paying $3,800, $3,500. And so, I've actually had the opportunity to help a couple of those folks out, and, we're taking steps in that direction. But churches, family, people that just want to go and help people out, there should be no limitations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Carol Sue, then David.
Carol Sue Brayton, Fife. Each of you has a district. Each of your districts is different. It's unique. Each of your districts need to be notified, talked to, and this is going through too rapidly. There's other solutions. This needs to be set aside for a moment while you go back to each of your districts and get the solution for your district. That's more critical than anything else. Homelessness has a vast and different solutions to each individual, from veterans to people who've lost jobs to people with mental health conditions. You have to address each and every one of those in a different, separate way. This is not there. I wish it was. I really do. I worked personally 36 years ago on the Growth Management Act. I wish it would have been followed through correctly. It wasn't. Addressing these homeless needs is addressing from disability, job needs, drugs, mental health, and more. Each county area needs to be mailing out and informing your people, including passing out pamphlets to the homeless. RV parking is an availability. You have one down on River Road. You're not getting that. We didn't zone it for that. Let's go back to some of those that have a solution that's quick and rapid. You need water, you need food, you need other things. Fife is trying to do a homeless program. Look at that one. It's small. We are working with other situations. Tiny homes. Those were not tiny homes. Those were sheds. Tiny homes has to have a kitchen, a toilet with a shower, and you have to have a bed. Those were not. They do not meet the international building codes. They're not retrofitted. This is a distinct problem we have. You want to inform people at 300, 400 feet. That's not adequate for whether it's this or other things, because the impacts are far and vaster than any of the areas that we have. Each of you have brought good and admirable questions, but we need more. I'm asking you to take a look, and I totally agree with you. You cannot put them in critical areas. I don't want to see anybody in a tsunami zone, which is like the port we're looking on. I don't want to see them in a landslide hazard area like we're looking at right now, or a setch area. I don't want to see them in a liquefaction area that I can over here and look at also. It's too dangerous. I don't want to see them in the volcano eruption area, which I personally live in Lahar, that I have to evacuate from. I don't want to see them in the 2009 evacuation area where I was evacuated out for a flood, and they were having a hard time trying to get the homeless out and everybody else to notify. That's not excusable. I want a good environmental impact statement that actually does the environmental impacts from everybody, from all of these people and everyone else. That's what we need. So I thank you for your time, and I'm going to ask one thing. Allow for the final environmental impact statement to have a rebuttal. Those haven't done. Thank you.
We have David Outver. David? I'm sorry, I know I didn't pronounce your last name.
Dave Cutler.
Thank you.
Yep. I'm an architect. You think I could write correctly, but I guess not. So, Chair Mello, thank you for introducing this vital package of interim amendments to the Pierce County Code, intended to remove the regulatory barriers faced by temporary housing communities. I come today as an architect and a partner with Northwest Studio. We've been assisting the Low Income Housing Institute with affordable housing design and project implementation strategies since about 2018. And in that time, as has been mentioned, we've seen many local Puget Sound jurisdictions come to acknowledge and support the critical role that temporary housing communities play in addressing the Puget Sound housing crisis. They help fill a gap between homelessness and permanent supportive housing, providing unsheltered individuals with temporary but stable shelter during those critical periods of transition out of transience and homelessness. In jurisdictions throughout our region, temporary housing communities have been able to offer this affordable housing choice because they can be implemented rapidly. The shelters are small, generally less than 120 square feet. They can be flexibly sited. They're quick to construct and quick to take down. The communities are in operation only for a limited period of time. And the unnecessary high-cost items such as lengthy permit processes, utility connection fees, and permanent site improvements are often allowed to be provided in an alternative, less costly but equally safe format during the temporary period of operation. This interim ordinance supports temporary housing community feasibility by clearly defining the structures as temporary and a temporary use, which helps right-size permit process requirements and construction costs to the urgency of need and to the resources available. It enables THCs to be implemented only based on the specific application with clear approvals criteria, noticing operational standards, and the responsible parties are identified in an MOU. And it allows the duration of the tiny house or temporary housing community to align with the interim period of need. Additionally, we support several of the ordinance's measures intended to promote context-appropriate siting and screening and to ensure coordination and accountability in operations and management. We appreciate that the communities cannot be located within 1 mile of each other and must be enclosed on all sides by fencing. We believe this incentivizes careful site selection while promoting privacy, safety, and security for the residents and the neighbors. And we also appreciate the temporary use permit renewals can only be approved if the operation is in good standing with all of the MOU compliance criteria. So we urge you to pass this much needed interim legislation, and we look forward to the opportunity to engage on the subsequent development and review of the permanent regulations in the months to come. So thank you.
Thank you for your thoughtful feedback. That's everyone I have signed up here in chambers. Before we move to the Zoom room, is there anybody else in council chambers wishing to provide public testimony on this interim regulation for managed tiny home villages? Please come to the podium. Please state your name for the record.
Okay. All right. Hopefully I'm not blasting anybody's ears. No. Okay. Patricia O'Halloran. I just heard about this yesterday, so but what I've read through and heard, I'm just very skeptical of this proposal. It seems to ignore the consent of the governed when you're just rushed through like this, something as big as this in a week. Obviously, I understand the concerns of, people being homeless, and it's been a problem for, probably forever, and it probably always will be to some extent. But not that we shouldn't try. But I don't favor this proposal as it is now. I don't see how it seems like it would allow one of these tiny home villages, pretty much anywhere, and it got rid of a lot of these protective regulations, and so now it can be. It can have these encampments, these small villages. It got rid of them being a mile, more than a mile from schools. Now they can be next to a grade school or high school, as I understand it. And who wants to drop your kids off where strangers are living and they're going to school every day, and the strangers are living next to, right next to the schools. And some of these people, not all of them obviously, but some of them are drug addicts. And again, as other people have said, I didn't see anything in there about requiring that all of the agencies or the churches, whoever sponsored this, ban the residents from using drugs while they're there. And then I agree also that people should have, they should wrap around the mental health and drug counseling and alcohol counseling. And it should be, they get a chance, but they're out if they're going to abuse these rules. I don't see any rule, unenforceable as it probably would end up being anyway, preventing people, illegal aliens living in here. And unfortunately we have, tons of people streaming across the border every day from over 50 countries, including countries whose men gravely disrespect women and think of it as their right to assault women at will, which has been noticed in Europe. And I'm not talking about our southern neighbors, I'm not talking about them, but other countries where women can't even, dress, they're hidden in burqas and they could be abused. And this has been a problem in Europe quite a bit. Also, a significant cause of the huge increases in housing and rent that we all experience is all of the many 10 million illegal aliens that have been coming through
here. Your time's
here.
expired. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, anyone else wishing to provide comment, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. Anyone else in chambers before we move to the Zoom room? Anyone else in chambers? Okay, do you want to come and participate?
I've been here for 4 hours.
Okay.
Waiting to address the flag issue.
We're not, sorry ma'am, we're not on that topic. No, we're talking about the interim regulation right now. Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to provide comment on the interim regulation for managed temporary home communities? Anyone else? Okay, let's move to the Zoom room. I see 6 hands up so far in the Zoom room. Mr. Weinsberry.
Yes, sir. For any members of the public who wish to provide comment on proposal number O2024-538, press the raise hand icon on Zoom or *9 on your telephone keypad. You're right, sir. We have about 7 names. First name I'm seeing is last name Grant. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Mello and members of the Pierce County Council. My name is John Grant, and I'm the Chief Strategy Officer for the Low Income Housing Institute, or LEHI. I would like to take this moment to thank the Council for considering the proposed Temporary Housing Communities Ordinance, which is a step in the right direction to address our homelessness crisis throughout Pierce County. We strongly support this ordinance. LEHI is excited to partner with Pierce County to launch a new temporary micro shelter, or tiny houses, in Spanaway. This proposal will build 50 new tiny house units in unincorporated Pierce County, and when they're finished, they would shelter between 80 to 100 people over the course of the year. We support Ordinance 02024, which will make this program possible. We appreciate the support of the Executive's Office and the county, where we were awarded the funds needed to build this new enhanced homeless shelter. Without this code change, our shelter project is in jeopardy. We know shelter programs are desperately needed, as last year over 200 homeless people in Pierce County tragically died for the lack of shelter and services. Lehigh has successfully operated 3 tiny house villages in Tacoma and currently sponsors 14 villages throughout the region. These are cost-effective and enable participants to make a successful transition to housing. Tiny house villages are staffed 24/7 and have on-site case managers to help with services, employment, and housing navigation. They absolutely should not be confused with unsanctioned homeless encampments. They are the opposite. Where encampments are disorder, tiny house villages bring order. They have full-time security and are actually one of the best ways to permanently resolve homeless encampments. Our program requires clients to engage with case management so that they can accomplish their goals and secure permanent housing. Please vote yes to pass this ordinance to enable our tiny house village to save lives and get people who are experiencing homelessness inside. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, John.
Next, we have last name Love. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Courtney Love, long resident of. I am of state and local advocacy for the Lived Experience Coalition, a forest bias group of people formerly unhoused, or some of us still unhoused. We are multicultural, multi-generational organization that centers the voices of Black, Brown, and Indigenous people. And we come together to overcome barriers to participation in spaces like this and others. We spoke about this as a group. Feel then is better than sweeps, that tiny homes ensure maintained connection to services. We believe it's safer for those who are unhoused to be in tiny homes, and it's also safer for other housed neighbors. It improves curb appeal, and it has a smaller economic footprint as it reduces trips to the ER, calls for police response. It also improves health outcomes, reducing costs there as well. I'd like to give an example. Sometimes people fall in mud, and sometimes, you got a cousin who busts his above ground pool open and creates his own mud. But mostly, the mud we experience is undetermined by us. It's rain. Mother Nature and God conspires against us sometimes. So we spin out in this mud, and we need a little help from our neighbor to get us out of that mud, a hand up, not a hand out. And all too often in this space, we are working with handouts, but hands up so that we can get traction. These spaces, tiny homes, are in society. I also call them bootstrap spaces. If you want us to pull ourselves up, we need the bootstraps, and these are bootstrap spaces. So we ask that you set aside partisan politics and work to help your neighbor, as the good book suggests. And I appreciate your time and your consideration, and this is a very valuable transitional step, and I thank you for it.
Thank you.
Next, we have Laura and Coco. Please state your name for the record.
Laura Mapes.
Please proceed, Laura.
Hi. I am currently staying in an emergency shelter with my 3 children. And without that, being able to have the emergency shelter, I don't know what would have happened to me and my children. Due to unforeseen circumstances that were completely out of our control, we found ourselves basically on the street. And my son has a very severe medical condition, and due to the circumstances that we were in, if we did not have this emergency shelter that we were able to go to, my son probably wouldn't be alive right now. And there are very limited options available for families that are experiencing homelessness. And it's not just a single people, it's children that are affected by not having the resources that are available, that are so needed. I just urge you guys to approve this, because there are so many people like myself and my sons that would benefit from this, just to be able to, you know, not stay down in this situation, but to have a helping hand to get back on their feet. And I'll hand it over to Coco.
Hello, my name is Coco. I have 2 children. I have a...
Can you start, if we have another person in the queue, can you start Coco's time at 3 minutes? Coco, you'll have your own 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I have 2 children. I have a 1-year-old daughter and I have an 11-year-old son. We are currently staying at a homeless shelter. And if it was not for this homeless shelter, we would be literally on the streets. We had nowhere else to go. We exhausted all of our money from my financial aid and from my fiance's job in order to stay in a hotel, motel as long as we could. We then stayed with my mom, and even when we were staying with my mom, it was just me and the kids in the house, and my fiance had to stay away from our family in the car. And even that came to an end because her landlord said that it was just too much for the property. We came into this circumstance of, you know, after COVID ended, a lot of the funding that was helping families catching COVID and having to miss work also ended. And that was one of the things, is at one point my family was passing COVID back and forth. I had COVID when I was pregnant. I had influenza A when I was pregnant, and it limited me being able to work. So it's just that these shelters that are for families, that are for anyone homeless, they're not for people to come and abuse. They're not for people to just, you know, get by in life. They are for people to come and get their stuff together and be able to have a safe place for their families to come at the end of the night and not have to worry about if someone's going to try and break in the car while you're sleeping, or if your car is going to break down while you're trying to drive to a location to sleep, or if you're going to have enough gas to get to and from work and to get to and from the location that you're going to sleep at. Like, it's something that you can't just shove a homeless population into a dilapidated prison and say, oh, here you go, help yourselves. In Pierce County, we have the McKinney Veto Act, and there's no way for the McKinney Veto Act to stretch that far if my son's coming from Puyallup all the way to an island that used to be a prison that isn't even standing upright, most of it. And it's just, I mean, it's like people are saying that we should be punished for things that are out of our circumstances, things that are out of our hands and causing us to end up in this place. When it's not everyone has that place where they're just, you know, they didn't just give up on life and say, well, I'm not going to go live somewhere. I'm just going to go live at this homeless shelter. Most people don't want to be in a homeless shelter. They want to be in a house that they can call their home and they can feel comfortable in, and they can decorate and they can raise their family in. So it's just ridiculous that we are trying to argue of having families feel safe, having people feel safe, and having people have their own space. It should be a no-brainer.
Thank you. Thank you both for being with us.
Next we have Jenkins, last name Jenkins. Please state your name for the record.
This is Pastor Samara Jenkins. I'm a affirming pastor from Spanaway UMC and Orting UMC, and I am speaking in support of this ordinance. And I would love to be with you in person. However, I am presently in Orting, working to begin a safe parking program in this community. I have run a successful safe parking site for over 2 years at Spanaway, along with Jessica, who you heard from earlier. And part of the solution is what we've been trying to be over the last few years, and that is how Family Promise of Pierce County evolved, which is I am board president as of July 1st. I wanted us to just pause for a moment to be careful of how we refer to God's beloved. And I also wanted to remind us that what would Jesus do? And it wouldn't be to send people to an island. That's bonkers. And I'd also like to add that some of the children that we refer to are being picked up from safe parking sites and homeless shelters, which we actually have one next door to Spanaway United Methodist Church. We run one of the homeless shelters, the 7th family shelter, actually in Pierce County. We're very excited about that. So what I'd like to ask of you, because we're so proud of the work that we do alongside of you, Council, we would love to be able to continue the grassroots efforts that for those of us that are willing to continue to care for the unhoused. We want to have an opportunity to be more like Jesus in loving our neighbor as ourselves. If you listen to the requirements that are built into this ordinance, case management and resources and site governance are part of it. And that's what we do in Family Promise. We have continual case management. That's how we've housed over 80 families since January 1st. And I will be really honest with you. I am called to do what I do as a pastor. I love what I do, and I am blessed to do what I do. But I am going to run out of room for ashes of the unhoused folks that have passed away and are currently on my bookshelf waiting for their final resting place. So I'm going to ask you kindly to please let us do the good work that we are already doing, the work that we know how to do, the work that we love to do, that we've trained to do, and have thus far succeeded in doing. We appreciate all that you do as council. We appreciate the trust that you place in us and the freedom thus far that you've given us to take care of who Christ loves so well, which is the least of these. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Jenkins.
Next, we have Joe. Joe K. Please state your name for the record.
Joe Kunzler here. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be brief because it's been a long meeting and we have another issue we have to discuss during forum. So I'm just going to say very briefly, I appreciate the fact there's a discussion of declaring homelessness an emergency. When over 300 people die in your county from homelessness, when I'm visiting your county, I see people, pass out from fentanyl and I don't know what to do. You have an emergency. And not every homeless person is on the fentanyl, but there is a drug component to this that also needs to be addressed. It's also affecting our public transit experience, and as the chair knows, I'm a huge supporter of public transit, and I request a safe experience, and that means housing the homeless and stopping the illegal drug supply. Yes, I also watch almost every video Jonathan Cho puts out on X/Twitter. Because it's been a long meeting, we got another issue to address. I'm going to give the balance of my time back. Thank you for your public service, and I hope you vote yes on this.
Next, we have Barbara. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name's Barb Church. Hold on just a sec.
You just got put on hold.
No, I'm here. I'm here. You don't have to stop it. First, I'm a resident, Pierce County, Northeast Tacoma, and I strongly support these temporary housing buildings that you're putting together. I just like to first of all thank all of the people with lived experience who have testified and really to dismiss some of the myths about how people wind up homeless. I appreciate them speaking. I guess the other thing I'd just like to address is that there aren't the illegal aliens coming here. They're asylum seekers. I just want to say that. And people don't need to be put in a place that's like a prison. So, okay, so now I'll get to the issue. I do go out and feed the people with other groups of people who do the same. And the appreciation that we get for going out is amazing. They're carrying, we give them garbage cans, so garbage bags so that they can keep their area clean. It's just that it doesn't always get picked up by the city or the county. One of the things that really just touched my heart when I was out one time was it was rainy, so I was bringing some ponchos, and this young boy, he must have been like only 5 years old. He had an axe and he was cutting wood, and his mom was with him, and they had a tent. So the stories are sad. Some of them are touching. I think you have to have housing. It's necessary to even be treating any of the drug issues, any of the mental health issues. They have to have a stable place to stay. I really appreciate all the council for all the hard work that they're doing and to push this as it is an emergency. We go into the camps. A lot of them tell us that they haven't been counted, so the point in time count isn't accurate. But I'd just like to thank you all for all the hard work you're doing.
Thank you.
Next, we have Yolanda Markle. Please state your name for the record.
Yolanda Markle, Frederickson. I'm all for we need to take care of each other. It's important. That goes without saying. But again, we need those little caveats. No drugs, no alcohol, and who will be actually, it will be maintained. And those things are not detailed in the ordinance. Those things need to be done, especially not doing an emergency and building on a wetland. That's not okay. That's just not okay. So, yes, we need to take care of everyone, but they need to be on federally okayed land, that you are not building on a wetland, and that all these people will have services. It doesn't do you any good to put them someplace and they don't have everything. And yes, you're saying that there will be on-site services if the services on-site will be provided. But no, they must have services. They must be doing. All these are must items, not if. It sounds great on the whole, but the gray area is it's not good, because then it just makes more problems. And those successful sites, I've heard them all, the people that have been talking here these hours and hours that we've been listening, is that they have a policy of no drugs, no alcohol. So that needs to be in the ordinance, that will be part of the rules today, before we sign anything. It's wonderful to a point, but we can't be destroying wetlands, putting people in places where they can't get what they need, and they must be, monitored, because they've been in a hard place for a long time, not sleeping. I volunteered for over 2 years for a shower bus, and this is how I learned about the population. I just people on the street and be sad. I pulled over just the other day because I saw a guy laying down in front of the bus stop, and I have a Narcan in my car. I said, oh my God. Pulled around the corner, parked my car, ran out. Another guy came, and he stood up. He was okay. He was just taking a nap. But I was willing to do that because we can't just let our fellow man go by the wayside. They need structure because they've been in bad places. They've fallen into these pits and these holes. We need to take care of our people, but they rules and regulations.
Thank you.
Lastly, we have phone number ending in 874. Please state your name for the record. Star 6 to unmute if you're there. 874.
Yes, Chair Mello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Last as usual, but hey, I forgive you. That's okay. Hey, you know, I sent a very detailed, lengthy email to the Pierce County Council with a proposed solution for the homelessness situation, and this comment is directly related to this issue. And what it was, summarized, I have a feeling that my email was probably blocked. I didn't even receive an acknowledgement. I didn't receive a thank you for your thoughts. But what it was, I think it should be in addition to what you're proposing tonight. And what it is, it's where Pierce County actually goes out and they offer taxpayers, landowners, property owners, a tax credit. And they create what I considered and what I called and referenced is an adoption program so that people throughout Pierce County that have a desire or an interest in assisting the homeless could actually bring those people to their home, and Pierce County, in turn, would give them a tax credit for doing so. And that tax credit would cover the costs for clothing, food, basic sanitary services, nothing beyond that, and shelter, whatever that took. And I never received a response, never received an acknowledgement. And I even gave an example, and I'm going to share it with you today. So I'm a registered nurse, and I'm on this Pierce County database to adopt a homeless person or family. And this mother who was married for many years and has a couple of kids, and she ended up with a deadbeat husband, and she ends up with no home, broke, and homeless and no place to go. And this nurse brings her into her home and assists her in getting her feet back on the ground. And she avoids the ills that can, in some circumstances, be associated with consolidating many of the issues that the homeless face day to day. And so I would ask that the council, why wouldn't they consider something like this? And it's consistent with Governor Inslee's broad protection for the, who was whispering? I find that offensive. I'm not sure who.
Please proceed, Mr. Wick.
Thank you, sir. So Governor Inslee initiated a very broad Good Samaritan protections, and this proposal fits dovetail with that. And what it does is it actually promotes inclusion for the homeless versus marginalization for the homeless. So I'm not opposing your ordinance as far as the micro homes, but I think this should be in addition to that program. Because there are some people that are suffering homelessness.
Thank you.
That would suffer. Thank you, sir. Thank you, all the council, for letting me speak this evening.
Thank you.
There are no hands at the time, Chair.
Well, with no other hands, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the council. Let me first check. I know many members have been able to take a bio break. I want to make sure members are comfortable to continue the debate. Do members need a break? Do our staff need a break? Our staff is taking a break as they need it. And I know our guests know where the restrooms are in the hallway. Okay, I have a sense that folks want to continue on, so I'm going to push forward. We now have, we've completed the public hearing. Thank you, everyone, very much for the public input. on this really important issue. We are now at the stage of final remarks. Before I open the debate for final remarks, Ms. Long, something that I'm not sure we've made really clear is this is an emergency interim regulation. An emergency interim regulation requires 5 votes. Can you speak to that, please, so that we know how to continue the dialogue today?
Yes, thank you. So emergency ordinances are addressed in the county charter at section 2.50. They are ordinances necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety or support of the county government and its existing institutions. It requires that the facts of the emergency be stated in the section declaring the emergency or stating the emergency, and that passage of an emergency ordinance requires the affirmative votes of 5 members. So 2/3 is what it says in the charter. That equates to 5 members. And it becomes effective upon signature by the executive immediately. There's no 10-day waiting period.
Thank you. And the council has documented at length with pages of findings of fact about why the emergency of the hundreds of people living unsheltered, of the thousands of people living unsheltered, the hundreds of people dying who are unsheltered, the 23% year-over-year increase in homelessness, the lack of availability of shelter. There are several pages of documented findings of fact that document the need for the emergency. So thank you for explaining that, Ms. Long. Are there final remarks by council members? Vice Chair Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone, for your input, thoughts into this, and staff for all your work on this, and my colleagues. From the time I came on County Council, it was said earlier we need to go out to our districts. I've been hearing unrelentingly from my district from the time I came on, before I came on the council, of the need for us to do more to help our homeless friends and neighbors. And our track record of the last couple of years has been good compared to what it was before, but we're still not there. And so I would encourage us to not let I can randomly pull any code out of our any part out of our code and find something I want to tweak on it. And if we're going to wait until every tweak is done and finished and every I has the perfect dot on it, it'll be another 6 months, because we'll just keep, well, wait, there's one more. Okay, let's send it back again. Let's send it back again. Given the heat outside, I would say normally we know we have about 300 people a year die in this county homeless. Given the heat, it's probably 2 to 3 people a day at this point. If we pass an emergency ordinance, it can be signed tomorrow, and we can, by the end of this week, already be underway towards helping those people. Or we can kick it back a couple weeks, 10-day waiting periods, 30, 40 people, real people. Early, and I think one of the most compelling pieces of testimony I heard was from the gentleman who does the coordinated entry. In 9 days, he was unable to house 18 families with children. I can imagine the first that are going to take advantage of this, the churches, and those that are going to be the first ones to roll out and get this up and going in a small scale are going to be those who are helping veterans and those who are helping families with children, because we know that that is a persistent need. And so y'all, talking to my colleagues here, you all have seen me fight for us to just start doing something and quit being the council that gets in the way of people being helped. We can't just be a do-nothing council. We can't be an obstructionist council. It is helping no one. So I got to thinking about the 18 families that have small children who are homeless And someone said, what would Jesus do? Fortunately for Jesus, we didn't have us do nothing council blocking the ability for someone to actually spend the night in a small house in the back of someone's property, or else Jesus would have been born in a field. Let us learn our lessons and let us move forward for once and do the right thing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Campbell. Councilor Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to my colleagues and to all the members of the public that spoke today. I want to talk about why this is, I'm going to say personal. We've seen a lot of emails come out and say, I feel unsafe. I don't want to see. I have problems with. Why don't you just fix it? Well, you don't want them in your backyard. Why don't you put them in your backyard? I would love to have one of these near me because I drive by people who are sleeping in situations that I know is not restful, not healing. It's not what sleep should be. They're unsafe. I see people wandering with no hope, no destination. I don't know where they're going, but they're just walking. I see people trying to start fires to stay warm underneath awnings of businesses. And I see tents in places where they're not camping for fun. And this is in Parkland and Spanaway, not in Tacoma. This is Parkland and Spanaway, in Frederickson, in Graham, in Lakewood, and other parts of our county. We have depended on Tacoma to solve our homeless problem. We've done this for a long time. We have done an excellent job as a county getting people into housing, but there's not enough. We have more coming out of shelter, out of homes, out of stability than we have homes to put them in. So we are not making enough change in our system, and it takes time to build housing. We're finally doing that. We, as a council, finally passed the 1/10 of 1% so that we can build affordable housing. But it's going to take us a decade before we get any headway on that. And people are dying on our streets. Kids' education are disrupted. People are living in filth and squalor and without hope. And setting up a tiny home village in Parkland and Spanaway near the schools they go to, near the churches they love to go to, in places where they can find stability and sanctuary, safety, and community is what we need. We've seen examples of this work. We are asking to do this because it is an emergency. We have been waiting too long to pull this trigger. We waited and asked multiple times to see the executive and department staff give us something. We weren't shy about asking. We even dedicated funds for a stability site. Quite a bit of money and nothing. And if we said we were going to spend $2.5 million to find a way to set up a stability site, we meant it. As a council, this was a priority, and yet nothing. So today we sit before you at 7 o'clock, asking my colleagues to please vote yes so that we can maybe get something before the end of this year. Because that's how long, even with an emergency ordinance, finding somebody willing to do it, finding a property and moving things forward, it could take 6 months. But without this, we are talking 2025, 2026, people are dying, and kids' lives are not being helped. And a kid living in homelessness is not learning, is not healthy, and they're not going to have the same kinds of opportunities as someone who lives in a home, no matter what that home looks like. And so I'm going to ask my colleagues to please vote yes and support this so that maybe I will have a tiny home village within walking distance of my home. I would love to be able to go visit and volunteer. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Hitchin. Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you, Chair. And it's been it's good hearing from all the stakeholders and hearing the human side of all this. The human side of homelessness, we all know that part. We know that people are dying in tents. We also know that some of them are dying in the tiny homes too. We need solutions for those type of things. I don't think there's anybody here on the council that doesn't have a heart and know what's really happening out there. We saw some testimony on some great stakeholders like FOB Hope. Great stuff, impacting lives for our veterans. You know, they knew going into the area they were at, it was only going to be 2 years, and they had to leave because the contract ended. And because of, I think, the city of Tacoma's homeless strategy, which reduces the number of funded units over time in conjunction with their expanding permanent housing. So I just want to make it clear for my veteran friends, because they're very, very sensitive on this type of things, of making sure that we don't use our veterans as pawns for other policies or anything like that. If we're going to help veterans, we need to help the veterans. And we don't want to attach them to any policy or justify a policy by using them. We all want to help veterans. And I just want to make sure of that, because we're really sensitive. I see it happening at the national level with the PACT Act and many other different things. So I just want to make sure that we're not doing that. It's good to hear that FOB Hope rehoused everybody, or they from the VA community outreach, supported services for veterans, families, and the city of Tacoma, and our own Pierce County Veterans Program has helped them find places to go. With that, I also want to talk about how saying yes to this is going to affect communities. It is going to affect them. It's going to change a community. We know the human side of this, and it's going to, you know, maybe help people and things like that. But the way it could change a community is an example of what happened in Tacoma. In 2017, there was a public health state of emergency on homelessness and growing encampments. And that's where the stability site came about on Portland Avenue there and Puyallup Ave. And I remember that area well before the stability site and then when that came in. And it was, that area's always had, you know, some type of issues and things like that. But what I really noticed was the concentration of folks coming in there using the stability site, which is supposed to be temporary. But there was a bubble around that area that changed the whole community. And it's far, kind of several hundred meters away from where people live and stuff like that. But that bubble expanded out. You know, there's many exits along I-5 here in the Tacoma area and Pierce County. But when you get off the exit on Portland Avenue, the entrance to the Native American community on the east side, you see the tents that are still there. You have the stability site, and the tents are still there. They still exist. It was never like that before. I mean, there's always been tents around, but it was never like that before. So be prepared for that. You're going to still see these things. One thing that's good about the Tacoma stability site is that it's close to the city. It's close to essential services. I know a lot of my colleagues here participated in the Department of Corrections reentry simulation. And that reentry simulation kind of put you in the situation of someone coming out of prison who doesn't have much, and they have to do A, B, and C. They have to go get drug tests. They have to get a driver's license. They have to do several things to comply with their order. And one thing we learned that was very, very difficult to get those things done because of transportation or just finding the services. So if we have stability sites in unincorporated Pierce County or these tiny home villages, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to do the right thing, to get better, to do these things. I just want to recognize that a little bit. You know, what's happening in Tacoma may be good in Tacoma, but it may not be good out in unincorporated Pierce County. It will change neighborhoods, but we need to do something. And I just wanted to highlight that it will change neighborhoods, and we need to keep that in mind. So with that, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Herrera. Any other final remarks? Councilmember Kruver. You're muted, Councilmember Kruver.
Sorry, thank you. This has been a very stressful evening, and I really appreciate being able to hear from all these people. And, the ordinance is very stressful. It's kind of like when I used to see the billboards that were up where it would say, or have a picture of like 10 kitties or 10 puppies, and it would say, which one lives? And your heartstrings go out. And we have a need for shelters, but yet the need isn't going to be fulfilled by building and building and building. I don't know what an answer is. Because all over the world, we've got humans that are exposed to the elements. And there's just no easy fix to the human condition. And what it seems is that we've got greed and false philanthropy that make it impossible to eliminate misery. Because everybody's like in there, I want to do this, I want to do that. You have the unscrupulous who are going, well, it's become an industry where, they profit off of people's misery. And, at least our emergency shelters aren't quite tapped out, and building them in the rural areas isn't going to solve that shortage problem. I'm in absolute agreement with Ms. Markle. There needs to be boundaries on these things, on these measures. But I have to believe that a better approach for these financial resources is to beef up what is already working, just like Family Promise. They have a proven formula for success, rather than developing something that will no doubt require millions of dollars in the future to maintain. It's the operation that is in Tacoma that has 50 tents there. When I asked what was the cost of that, and I was told it was $1 million a year just for operating expenses. And how is the public going to maintain that? A rural emergency is like a landslide, like Oso, or maybe there's a major bridge collapse. But this isn't really an emergency. It's really, there's decades of poor decisions that are made by government and people. And this is life. And anyone can find themselves without shelter. And I think it's unreasonable to change our codes by claiming an emergency, because it's giving the illusion that we only care about a specific group and not the person about to lose everything or his lifelong dream because of codes, which could put that person on the street. We have a population that lives on 1 or 2 paychecks away from insolvency. And I'm reflecting on the past 3.5 years where there's so much competition for these scarce financial resources between our agencies. Who gets the money? Is it for food? Is it housing? Is it daycare, medical services, work programs, land acquisitions, transit, marine patrols? And then we have to work with the claim that climate change is the world's greatest threat. And we spend millions on that locally. And yet housing for the unsheltered right here, right now, or is it the global agenda? Where do we put our dollars? And the need for resources to assist those in a difficult season of life is more important to me than spending millions to buy land for owls and butterflies and rodents. And the feds and the legislature, they need to spend less and regulate less so our local citizens have more financial resources that they earned and they can help improve the human condition. We aren't going to fix that condition in one budget period. And I'm not familiar with learning where building out more temporary shelters is going to solve the problem. I was looking at, our rate is 2.8 per 1,000 unsheltered, and I was looking New York. I know populations are different. New York is 5.2, Oregon 4.8, and Eugene is at 43.2. And they have a small population. Why is it we have to spend more at this end rather than look at why are rents $3,500? Why is milk so expensive? Why is it so hard to get insurance? All of these other things add up. And this is, a Band-Aid that I don't know in the long run is really going to prove to be the answer. It is temporary, but it's very difficult. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other final remarks? I don't see any other final remarks. I will close debate by asking my colleagues to join us in a solution. We're not suggesting this is the solution or the only solution. This is a solution that is clearly identified in our comprehensive plan to end homelessness that I think the council adopted unanimously in 2022. We adopted our comprehensive plan to end homelessness. This was a strategy. Building more temporary shelter, this was a strategy, one of many. And many of us are trying to move all of those strategies forward, all of them, not just some, all of them, because it is a huge, huge problem we have in front of us. We can't cherry pick the solutions. We have a comprehensive strategy, a comprehensive plan to end homelessness for a reason, and we need to do all of the strategies, not just some of them. You know, there are real projects that are at risk. This is not a esoteric exercise that we just asked Ms. Rhett Hunt to go draft something that may be used one day. That we have at least 2 real projects that we are aware of, and many other faith communities we know who want to do this ministry of serving people who find themselves homeless, who want to use their basement for temporary housing in their parish hall or their unused parking lot or their unused field next to their faith community or others. Maybe it's a fire station or a library or another nonprofit. But we have 2 real projects. This is not an academic exercise. We have the Low Income Housing Institute, which already used County American Rescue Plan Act dollars. This is how ironic this is. The Low Income Housing Institute already used County American Rescue Plan Act dollars to do the very thing we're talking about allowing to happen today. They went through a competition. They went through a competitive process. Were ranked and scored in a competitive process with our own Human Services Department. They said, we want to do a tiny home village here in Spanaway at this place. Please help us. And we said we were looking for these kinds of projects. We have money to invest. Who wants to respond? They responded. They scored high. They have a great project that's really well thought through because they've done this lots of times. They scored well. We invested in them. They've already bought the ground. They bought the ground with county money. They own it. They can't come to the county and get permits to actually site the facility because we don't have a regulation like this to allow them to do so. That's just silly. That's ironic. It's ironic and it's silly. They have 50 people they're willing to house at this village that we've agreed to fund. 50 people can be off of the streets of Pierce County or in parks or who sleep in business doorways or in shopping centers and the like. I don't know why we wouldn't proceed. We also have FOB Hope, who was here this evening with their leadership and residents and staff who are needing to relocate from South Tacoma. They've always known they had a temporary location. These can't be temporary, and that FOB Hope is a proof positive that this is temporary. They were there for 2 years at a Tacoma Public Utilities site in South Tacoma. They always knew they could only be there for 2 years. Tacoma Public Utilities was very clear about that. We need the site back for utility purposes, but you can be, in the meantime, you can be here for 2 years, and I know the community is looking for new sites for them. And I know that if we pass this regulation, they could co-locate with Family Promise of Pierce County. Yeah, Family Promise of Pierce County is doing great work. They also have been very, very clear tonight in this public hearing that they need more shelter to send people to. They can be great at coordinated entry. They can be great at trying to move people, but if there's no shelter to move people to, they're just shuffling paper around. So there's real projects at risk. There's real lives at risk. I certainly hope we get a 5th vote tonight because this is not political theater. This is real people, real lives, real projects. And if we let politics get in the way and misinformation get in the way, I'm going to be incredibly disappointed that folks are not putting their responsibility to house our community and add one more solution to the toolkit of a very, very pressing problem in our community. I truly hope we don't let politics get in the way of offering real solutions. We've asked we've asked for many months now for the executive to send us a proposal. We've asked in the select committee to end homelessness numerous times, please send us a proposal. We have real projects that are at risk. When are you going to give us a proposal? We've asked over and over again and have not received anything from the executive. The council brought this forward. Not one amendment has been offered to further perfect this. I don't know why that is. Any member can offer an amendment at any time to make you more comfortable with this. And if we are being solution-oriented, then I think someone would have offered an amendment in order to get to yes. I hope we don't retreat to our partisan camps only so that there can't be success to bring forward to our community. That would be shameful. So I really hope that we advance these real projects and that we invite our community. Oftentimes, it does not need public money to pursue these kinds of projects. There are faith communities who are so generous, especially who are willing to use their church basement or their unused large property, and they figure out how to band together as a faith community to make something like this work. There are so many. This does not have to be subsidized. Nothing in here requires public subsidy. There are so many organizations who are generous and who are, if they're allowed to, through this regulation, be able to move forward and offer this kind of ministry to the community. So with that, Madam Clerk, I'll ask you to call the roll, and I sincerely hope we bring solutions to Pierce County's homelessness crisis. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Morrell?
No.
Councilmember Campbell?
Aye.
Councilmember Grover?
No.
Councilmember Denson?
Aye.
Councilmember Herrera?
Nay.
Councilmember Hinchin?
Aye.
And Councilmember Mello?
Aye.
The result of the roll call vote is 4 ayes and 3 nays.
On a vote of 4 ayes and 3 nays, lacking a 5th vote, the ordinance fails. I will let my colleagues know that on next week's consent agenda, the majority will be offering yet another solution to this crisis of homelessness. On the consent agenda, you will find a ordinance about temporary housing communities that will not involve an emergency, even though it's a clear and present emergency. You will see another ordinance coming forward about temporary housing communities. It'll go through a public review process and be sent to the Community Development and Environment Committee. We heard Director Tatotson, the Planning and Public Works Director, say that she's willing to offer a few tweaks to make it palatable, workable, and work. So we're going to take her at her word that she has ideas to offer. And I'm going to give my colleagues one more chance to try to be solution-oriented and try to meet the moment of the day to try to bring solutions to bear. And so that'll be offered on the consent agenda, and we'll tee it up to get into committee and then up for final action before the end of next month. I really wish we did not waste many, many more weeks of the public's time and our key partners' time who are trying to bring solutions to the marketplace. But the minority has left us no chance and no option but to take more time and try to figure it out. Vice Chair Campbell.
And in the spirit of that, in the Select Committee of Homelessness, we'll be moving forward on several things we discussed earlier this year and have kind of put off waiting for a response back from the other side. of the House from the executives. So we'll be bringing forward a much more bullish agenda, including, as we all discussed in a study session some time ago, the need for the to do a resolution or ordinance requesting that the executive declare an emergency on homelessness and bring every department in the city, their best thinkers, to ending homelessness and bringing them to the table. We're going to do it for homelessness. If we get that, we're going to do it for opioids and really begin making serious movement forward on some of these issues that have been plaguing us. And so daylighting that moving forward as we weren't able to move forward today. Thank you.
Thank you. We're at section 10 of our agenda, Community Forum. Community Forum is an opportunity for members of the public to address the council on any topic that is of significance to or affecting Pierce County government and that did not appear on today's agenda. There is a 3-minute time limit. Please state your name if you would like it on the record. And please address all your comments to the chair. We'll start with those in council chambers. Anybody in council chambers wishing to participate in Community Forum, please, you're welcome. Please come to the podium. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Lynn. She, her, and I'm a proud transgender woman. And I just want to thank Chairperson Mello and the entire council for the proclamation celebrating the people of the LGBTQ plus QIA plus community. This acknowledgement is personally important because the community is still ostracized and marginalized through comments and actions made most often by elected officials and religious leaders, thus giving an implicit approval for the general public to also participate in acts that seek to harm us. I'm amazed and shocked when people express being offended by a flag that does not negatively impact them whatsoever. A flag of bright, diverse colors that seek to represent the reality that we are all a community of people of all races, ethnicities, religious beliefs, and non-beliefs. It disturbs me greatly about people that see another person or a flag and the first thing they associate with them is pornography. When I meet or see any person or group of people, never have I had such a perverse and dehumanizing thoughts. We are a community of people who seek to do nothing more than live life, enjoy liberty, and seek the pursuit of happiness. Since the beginning of human history, rainbows have been a symbol of hope in cultures across the globe. For me, my hopes go to a time when those elected officials and people who use misguided religious practices to discriminate do not associate me with pornography. My hope is to never again have people claiming to be Christians call me a pedophile when I rose to speak at our school board in support of our students. Myself and frankly all peoples hope to be seen as the total person they live every day. For me, being a parent to amazing adult children brings me the greatest joy and pride. As a grandmother to a loving granddaughter, and the excitement of a new granddaughter who will be born this October fills my heart with joy. Being a high school teacher of financial literacy and having so many of my students, even the big tough football star, tell me I was their favorite teacher. That humbles me. I'm an FAA certified unmanned aerial pilot. I love sports and hydroplane racing. I'm an unabashed Lego enthusiast. And although I may need an intervention for that activity shortly, this is just me, a complete person. The LGBTQIA plus community is full of leaders in government and public and private organizations. We're a collective of advocates for a better, more loving and inclusive world, servants working to make our communities better for all.
Thank you.
Citizens who go to work and care about and support our families. Please see us in the totality of our personhood. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to participate in Community Forum, please come to the podium. State your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi. Super nervous.
You're fine.
Do not like public speaking. I also came for the same reason. When I came out to my Catholic and Southern Baptist parents, one of the first things my mother said to me was she was scared and didn't want me to have to suffer at the expense of others' hatred. I told her the world was changing and that it would be a small issue. That living in my truth, a truth that almost killed me, was so much more important than what someone else thought of me. I was naive in many ways about the bigotry that still exists in the world. In 2021, I was in this courthouse giving a victim impact statement after my neighbor attempted to murder my partner and I by setting our home on fire. We did not know this person, and all he knew about us was that we were a queer couple that had just moved into the neighborhood. It is a very surreal experience to be back in this building, fighting to know that who I am and who my community is deserves to take up space. I keep thinking about the commentary I've heard so far about the rainbow flag, and all I can think is, my body is not a crime, who I love is not a crime, my existence is not a crime. However, when someone says that an object, the rainbow flag, makes them think about inappropriate things, it makes me question what you must actually think about the people it represents. Hateful commentary from a public official has consequences. It emboldens people like my neighbor to choose violent words or violent actions against their queer neighbors and community members. It is a slippery slope between viewing an object as a hateful distraction and viewing the person as a hateful distraction. It is not far-reaching to say this flag should not be allowed in chamber, and by proxy, the actual people who were born LGBTQIA should not be allowed in chambers. We are here. We are not a distraction. We are a part of this society. We were born this way and are going nowhere. The longer we have to fight for our freedom to exist from hatred, the longer we need this flag in public spaces. Maybe one day, acceptance can be louder than hatred. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing your voice here to your county council chambers. Are there other community members wishing to participate in community forum? Elizabeth, welcome. Your name for the record, you have 3 minutes.
Liz Johnson, and I wasn't planning to speak tonight. I just wanted to show up as an ally and bring cupcakes and balloons and celebrate and support people. And then Sarah found out I was coming, and so she came. And I just wanted to speak on her behalf. As I was listening in the other room, I did hear something encouraging from Councilmember Groover. She said that when she drove down the street and she saw a billboard with 10 kittens and someone said which one should live, it moved her. And my hope is that maybe if we look at the flag that way, there's 13 symbols on there. If that was 13 people, which one of them deserves to die? Because someone who almost died was my friend Sarah. So if we can learn to maybe accept the flag and the symbol, maybe we can learn to accept the people behind it. And that's all I wanted to say. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Liz. And thank you for bringing refreshments and balloons and rainbows. Anyone else wishing to participate in community forum here in chambers? I don't see any. Mr. Winesbury, anybody in our Zoom room?
Yes, sir. For any members of the public who wish to provide comment, press the raise hand icon in Zoom or *9 on your telephone keypad. And it looks like we have one hand at this time, 2 hands at this time. Please state your name for the record. Joe, you'll have 3 minutes.
Right. Thank you, clerk, and thank you to the staff and everyone. Earlier tonight, I said that we had a difficult topic to discuss, but beforehand, I want to commend this chair and the staff for working to find a solution to homelessness. It's not just the visual side of it, it's the moral injury of feeling so helpless while living in a house myself. And I think I don't really want to hear lectures about family values or God or pro-life from people who cannot stand up and say that we need to house the homeless and stop the illegal drugs. It's not hard. It's not hard to have a tiny home village and have it secured and get people off the street into help and a hand up, not a handout. I used to be a conservative. I used to be a Republican. And because I thought that's what that party was about, and I was wrong, and I'm sorry. There's also something, as an advocate of remote testimony and advocate of free speech, I want to apologize for. I am not gay, and I hope I never will be, but the bigotry and hate hurled at the LGBTQ community, especially through remote testimony, is not why I went to the state legislature along with some very good people. And I'm not going to name drop this time because I don't want to put them in the Klieg lights of the bad guys. But I'm very sorry that remote testimony has been weaponized against people who are different than me. That is not what I fought for. I fought for remote testimony specifically so we could have diverse voices heard, so we could have people participate in their local government, in their public transit, without fear of repercussions, without fear of hate. And this chair and I both have had troublesome experiences with a certain Alex who runs around public meetings in person and hurls hate. And I wanted to help put a stop to that. So I really want to reach out as a so-called straight person and apologize to the homosexual community, especially as my favorite pilot is technically gay and she could have dated anybody she wanted, but she wanted to help a single mom and her kid. And to say that she lacks humanity and patriotism is about as true as water flows uphill. Water seeks the path of most resistance, and water's dry. I mean, come on, guys. You know, I was asked to address for the chair, but I think there's one member who needs to be censored for some of her recent comments and actions, and I think we both know who that member is, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your public service as always.
Thank you for being with us.
Next, we have number ending in 874. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, Chair Mello, Council, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes, Chair Mello, I have a little concern here this evening, and I waited many hours for, to discuss this, and I'm going to talk about the LGBTQ community and the flag, and I'm going to talk about my personal issues with Pierce County. And I've always believed that, and I always will, that people should be whoever they want to be happy who they are, as long as it doesn't harm others. And that's the criteria. That's it. So if you're LGBTQ and you don't harm others, then be happy. And I'm happy, and the community's happy. But when I bring forward issues to you, the chair of the Pierce County Council, about violations of state law, Pierce County regulation, and I am ignored like I am like some alien from an outer space planet, I struggle with the hypocrisy of that. I've asked Councilwoman Denson to assist me, and nothing. I've asked you to assist me, and nothing. And the assistance I've requested is consistent with Pierce County regulation, state law, and nothing. And I'm struggling with it. And I'm asking you tonight, by the week's end, Friday, close of business, I would like to know who sent the Pierce County Sheriff's Department to my home on October 2nd, 2022 to execute me. And the police-worn body cameras will confirm that what I've said is not fictitious. It is true. In fact, Pierce County Sheriff's Department said we have to keep those records for 3 years. But then after my pursuit of public records to obtain them, they said, sorry, those were destroyed after 1 year. So they tried to kill me. I'm still alive. And I'm reaching out to you and Ms. Benson. I need your help. So by close of business Friday, I would like somebody from Pierce County to email me to set up an appointment and a time where we can sit down and have a discussion. I am willing to waive my right to damages. I'm going to waive my right to file a lawsuit against Pierce County in exchange for the information I seek, which is who sent the Pierce County Sheriff's Department to our home on October 2nd, 2022 to shoot me. And the videos, the police body-worn camera recordings that I was provided that are in my possession confirm this, and I need to know that.
Thank you.
And I'm going to waive, Chair Mello, let me finish, please.
We have to be fair to everybody. I'm sorry, Mr. Wick. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else?
And at this time, we have no other hands, Chair.
With no other hands, we'll close the community forum portion of our meeting. Thank you to everyone who stayed and participated in community forum, both on Zoom and in person. We really do appreciate it. We're at section 11, other business and announcements. Is there any other business or announcements from council members? Remind everyone, in case you joined us late, the Tacoma Pride Festival is this Saturday, all day, downtown Tacoma at Fireman's Park and the surrounding environment. It's free, it's family friendly, it's 12 to 6, and it's a great time. Ms. Long, is there any other business before council this evening?
Not tonight, thank you.
With no other business before the Pierce County Council, we are adjourned.